Till the fence rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
And I was muted. Good morning. Monday. Hello. How are we? Did we have a good weekend? I hope so. I didn't do anything particular, but that's just me. Welcome. I'm Jody. I am the Defence Rests, and I got a little bit of rest. But apart from that, I don't care if you're an OG, an UG, an MG, or a BG. Not sure about PG. You're all welcome here. So come on in, grab your snacks, grab your slippers, grab your blankie, get comfy, because we're on day 6 of the Leilani Simon toddler and the trash trial. And let me tell you, she is a piece of work. So good morning, Elizabeth. Lovely to see you. And Tricia, my lovely wrenches. And thank you very much for your membership. It's fantastic. I can't bring it up though. Let me see if I can get it on this one. Doesn't let me show it on the screen. Nope. So thank you very much. We are pleased now to be able to offer super chats, super stickers, and memberships on the channel. We recently monetized and got approved. Now, I don't know if I have clicked all of the boxes. It's not as easy as it seems, apparently. So I don't know if you're going to get ads. I don't think so, because I don't think I've linked it. No idea what I'm doing. So anywho, the information is on my main page, and there, if you go into the description box of my main channel page, there's links to all of the channels, be it Discord, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and the membership as well. So there's 3 tiers, and I think they start at $2.99 or something like that. So I've kept them really, really reasonable, because I'm pretty much in the same boat as y'all. So what did we get up to, ladies? Anything exciting? No? Nothing to tell? Apparently there is some murmurings in the water regarding Mr. Tucker. I'm just waiting on an update for that, so stay tuned. We might actually do a special broadcast if that comes to fruition. And the Melody Farris trial, the jury is back for deliberations starting again at 9 a.m. this morning. Hopefully they will have some kind of result today. That would be good. All right, let me get this set up. And me up there. Okay, so we're day 6. Oh, you mulched leaves. Yeah, I decided it was a beautiful day yesterday. And you know when you just feel like you're wasting the day if you do nothing, which, let's face it, half the time I can't do it anyway, but I pushed myself and decided to do some raking and some weeding, and I paid for it today, let me tell you. That's okay. The garden looks nice. Okay, so today, actually, November's got quite a bit happening, I must say. We have a couple of different cases starting. The next status hearing for Ty is on the 13th. Laurie Shaver's sentencing is on the 25th. And yeah, there's a couple of good trials on the books potentially. I haven't decided. This will get us through till Thursday. And I've kept Friday free just in case we need to do an update stream on Ty. Otherwise, I will have a backup plan. So day 6 today. We have Robert Corley, Special Agent FBI. Good morning, sweetheart. Lovely to see you. Hope you had a great weekend and you're all safe, happy and well. So first up, yes, is a Special Agent FBI, Robert Corley. Then we have Brad Snyder, which is also Special Agent with the FBI. Then we have some discussions outside the jury presence. Then more FBI and then more FBI. So we have 4 FBI witnesses on the docket today. Looks like it. Right on, doggy. Let's get into it, shall we? No time like the present.
And you please bring out Ms. Simon.
Otherwise, I'll boost it some more.
Hope everyone had a good weekend.
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks, up.
Yeah, it did come out a little short, didn't it?
Yeah.
I thought so too.
It does. That happens. But thanks for asking, Judge. Come on. Don't make me L you. Too late. L.
Simon is President Counsel's table with her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. The state is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Is there anything that we need to take up before we begin today?
No, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
And the defense is ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, but there is something we will need to take up at some point in time. Probably, it doesn't have anything to do with this witness, but we will need to take up something in a little bit. So
Okay.
whenever you have time, or want to squeeze it into the next break, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Let's look towards the next break.
That's
Okay. Mr. Dean, please call your next witness.
Bring the jury.
Great calls, Robert Corley.
I did last week. Bring in the jurors, please.
Bring the jury. That often helps in a trial by jury, just saying. I like her haircut. I tried something similar once. Blonde. It's just too much maintenance.
Today, and before you left last Friday, I gave you my instructions not to discuss the case, don't do any research about the case, don't talk to anyone about the case, don't let anyone talk to you about the case, do not read, watch, listen to, or otherwise observe or consume any media reports about the case.
You're cramping my style.
Everyone has been able to follow.
Would he be?
Raise your right hand. The evidence taken to the court and jury of the trial decision should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So, yes, sir. Step this way.
All right, good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Special Agent Robert Corley. I'm with the FBI Jacksonville Division.
And can you tell us just briefly about your education before joining the FBI?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in criminal justice.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
since May 2011, so 13 years.
Are you a full-fledged special agent, or are you in some sort of support role, or what? What's your role?
No, I'm a special agent assigned to national security investigations.
Now, you are here because you analyzed some phone records for some of the people involved in this case to see whether you could determine where they had been on the night of October 4th into the morning of October 5th, and whether their phones had made any significant movements. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the methodology that you used to do that?
We define it as cellular analysis. We basically look at cellular records provided by cell phone companies. And we match those records with cell tower lists, which are also provided by the telephone companies. And then we use relevant dates and times provided by investigators to create a report and analyze the location of the device.
Now, did you do this in your capacity as a member of CAST?
Yes, I did.
What is FBI's CAST?
So CAST is short for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, and it is a team of approximately 80 agents and task force officers spread throughout the United States. CAST performs three primary functions. We provide training on cellular analysis to state, federal, and local law enforcement partners. We also use the methodology and the techniques we're going to talk about today to track and locate people in real time. So we'll often be asked to help locate fugitives, help locate missing children, and unfortunately, a lot of times locate the missing bodies or remains of victims.
Now, can you tell us about the training part?
Sorry. And the third primary function is to do what I'm doing today, to testify as an expert witness in trials.
Can you tell us about CAST training that you got that allows you to do this sort of analysis?
Sure. So CAST training starts with a basic course, which is just an introduction to cellular records that all agents, state, local, and federal law enforcement can participate. Once that class is completed, you can be invited to what's called an advanced course, which is reserved for FBI special agents and FBI task force officers only. After advanced course, you go on to what's called field training certification, where you spend 3 days looking at prior investigations or cases. You're put in like a command post situation where they give you a time limit to solve a case and see if you can come up with the same solution that the original case agents did. And if you progress through those and you meet all the minimum requirements, you can be invited to CAST certification. CAST certification is a 4-week course. It consists of 1 week of training in RF theory, radio frequency theory. That's taught by PhD professors from the Florida Institute of Technology in Melbourne, Florida. After that, we have a week of training and interaction with the cellular providers. In my case, it was AT&T, Sprint, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Sprint, merged with T-Mobile, so now people no longer receive that training, but at the time I did from Sprint. And they bring in the people that produce these records that we're going to talk about. So when law enforcement submits a search warrant or a court order, they will provide these records. They talk about how they pull them, what all the columns mean. And then we also talk with the engineers that actually work on the towers and the networks in the field. After that, we receive some training in mapping, different types of software that we use. We also receive training in something we call drive testing, where we take equipment out and we do measurements of the actual footprint of a cell tower. So we can not only say what we believe the cell footprint or the cell tower footprint would be, we can, in some cases, actually map out the actual footprint of a cell tower.
And have you completed all of those steps that you just described?
Yes, sir.
And do you hold the CAST certification?
Yes, sir, since 2019.
All right, so since 2019, you've been full-fledged member of the CAST team?
Yes, I received the training, and we receive an annual recertification, which is 24 hours of training every year, generally consisting of those same things. We bring the carriers back in. They provide any updates to any of their records. And then we also receive training from other companies like Google, Apple, companies that provide other location-based services.
So aside from the training to do this type of analysis, since 2019, have you gotten experience actually employing this in cases?
Yes, I actually use this in my own cases. That's how most people become a CAST agent. You start using some of this technology in your own investigations. So I use it not only to help other agents or investigators with their cases, but I also use it daily, weekly, monthly in my own investigations.
And have you testified about it in court before today?
I have.
About how many times?
19 times.
And have you been accepted by courts as an expert witness before?
Yes, all 19 times.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Special Agent Corley as an expert in the area.
Good morning, Anna. Welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah. I don't think I've worked all of the settings yet. I have no idea what I'm doing, but welcome and thank you very much. It's lovely to see you. Happy Monetization Monday. Oh, look at you. Thank you. My first one. You popped my super sticker cherry. Thank you so much. You dag. You crack me up. Thank you. That's lovely. I don't know if I've set up the ads or anything. You've got no idea the things that you've got to do behind the scenes to tick boxes and fill forms and I don't know. I have no idea if it's working or not, but thank you very much. That's lovely. Thank you. Oh dear. Oh, I'm chuffed now.
Analysis.
Objection.
The witness is accepted as an expert.
Now, in this case, did you receive a request or perhaps a series of requests from the Savannah FBI office to conduct this sort of analysis with respect to some cellular records that they had obtained?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you receive cell phone records from Taylor Burns of the Savannah office?
That's correct.
Did these records include a set of phone records for a number identified to you as that of the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes,
Did they include phone records for a number identified to you as that of her boyfriend at the time?
yes,
Did they include cell phone records for a number identified to you as that of a brother of hers that was living in the same house during the relevant time frame?
yes,
And did they include cell phone records for a person identified to you as the father of the missing child?
yes.
All right. Once you had these records, what did you do with them in short?
So once I receive the records, first I do a check to make sure they're original records received from the phone companies. Nothing is out of the ordinary. And then I take the records and match them with a cell tower list. The records will provide you, in this case, we specifically use timing advance records. They provide you with the tower used, the sector of that tower used, and then the distance from that tower. So we're able to provide a general location of where a device is located. So I use those records and then produce some maps and a report showing where the phone was located during that time.
You mentioned you produced the maps. Have you for today prepared a presentation detailing your findings?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, very much.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 64?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is my report.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer State's Exhibit 64.
No objection. Your Honor.
And I'd ask to publish it to the jury. Your Honor. All right. We're on page 1 of 12 here. Can you describe All right. Can you describe the contents of this first page here? What are we seeing here?
It's just a title slide with the 4 phone numbers that are included in the report and the date that the last edit was made onto the report.
Okay, so the top number, that would be the defendant's, right?
Correct, 5275.
That 910 number, the second from the top, would be that of her boyfriend.
Correct.
And the one below that, another 912 number, would be that of her brother, right?
That's correct.
And then the last one would be that of the child's father.
Correct.
Moving on to slide 2, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yeah, this is just an introduction that describes that methodology that I just spoke to you about. We take cellular records, tower list, and then the relevant date and times that are provided to us by investigators and produce a report using those data sets.
All right, moving on to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
So this is just a general picture of what a cell tower looks like. We've all seen them around. The most common one is going to be the one in the far right corner for me, the one that's labeled a monopole tower. That's the most common one, but they can also be a cell tower can be on the side of buildings. You would probably see that in the Savannah area. And then also based on certain statutes or regulations in certain cities or municipalities, they have to be hidden, but this is generally what cell towers look like.
Moving on to slide 4.
Yeah, so when you see that cell tower that's actually on the pole, a lot of people think of the pole or the apparatus as the tower, but the tower is actually the boxes that are on top of the poles. And in most instances, about 85% of all cell towers in the United States are configured in a 3-sector pattern. They could be configured in others, but by far the majority are 3 sectors. In this presentation, all of them are 3-sector towers. And what happens is the companies divide up the towers in those 3 sectors to service each side of an area. And they're generally divided in, you can think of a 360 degrees covers the full circle, and each sector is divided up into about 120 of that. So if you think of it as pie slices, like it's illustrated on this map, each sector serves that general area.
So this diagram is, we're above a cell tower looking down on it.
Correct.
Yeah, these little gray boxes here are the antenna arrays.
Correct.
We were seeing in the last picture.
Yes, sir. That would represent the actual towers, what's transmitting that RF frequency or receiving that RF frequency.
Okay. So each tower, 3 sectors, about 120 degrees each.
Yes, and in the records, the tower list that I referenced earlier, it will tell you the azimuth of that sector. So the azimuth is the direction that the center of that sector points at. So in this orientation, one sector has an azimuth of 0, which is true north. Sector 2 has an azimuth of 120, and Sector 3 has an azimuth of 240. And once you know those, you know how to orient the pie wedge on your map to show which direction the tower is pointing.
And when a set of cell phone records says that a phone was hitting on a particular tower, does it also say which sector of that tower?
The cell phone records will, and you have to then refer to the tower list to find the orientation of each sector.
Okay. Slide 5.
So this is just in general narrowing down what you're going to see on the slide is one sector pointing towards the azimuth and covering that 120 beam width. We like to point out that the shaded arc is not the coverage area of a tower. It's just to help you orientate towards which direction that tower is facing.
Okay. In other words, the coverage of this sector doesn't end where the red shading ends. It's just a visual aid to show you which direction.
Correct. And it's helpful when you have multiple calls bouncing off sectors. So you know that these 2 were used and the third one wasn't. So.
Slide 6.
So this is what the sector will look like on a map once we've determined that a call activity or network activity has happened on that sector. And we've put it with the azimuth, and so you can see the general area. And what you also see on the maps are neighboring towers. So in this one, you have a tower here to the north, and we're able to use that sector and that beam width of 120 degrees in relation to the next neighboring tower and figure out a general area of where a cell phone would be located based on the tower coverage of that area.
Slide 7, timing advanced explanation. What is this?
So timing advanced is engineering data that the cell phone companies use to help optimize their network. So if you were to call in and say, I'm having problems with my cell phone, probably the first place they would look is the timing advanced data. And they would see when the cell phone is in your location and it's a distance from the tower, what does the reception look like? And if they have problems, they'll then tweak their networks or maybe provide you a booster or something like that. But this data is collected and it's aggregated from the companies. This is not, it can be collected when your device is doing nothing. As long as your device is powered on, timing advanced data can be collected from the network. And they use a measurement of time, how far it takes, or how long it takes a signal to reach the tower and then back to your phone, and they're able to calculate that into a distance. So now with timing advanced, we have the sector, which is 120 degrees, the direction it points, and the distance from the tower. So on the map, this curve represents the location of that device. It could be anywhere on that arc and at that distance from the tower.
So you say, it allows you to say, we know which sector this phone is using, and we know about how far away it is from the tower, but we don't know exactly where in that sector it is, but it's somewhere inside of this.
Thank you, my sweet. You tag. Welcome. It's lovely to have you. Did you like my names for the memberships? I couldn't. I was talking to Tanya before, and I couldn't even remember the names that I'd given them. I think it's the Justice Junkies. Yeah. I can't remember. Where have I put it? I know there's 3 levels. Justice Junkies. You see. Oh, the trial strategists, and then the appellate counsel. So, welcome, and thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Well, you are very, very welcome.
Beth Hot Dog.
Correct.
And again, the person does not have to be making or receiving calls or sending or receiving text messages to get timing advance data.
No, sir. It's as long as the phone's on, the network can collect activity from timing advance. It also could collect timing advance in connection with a phone call or a text message or a data session, but it collects when the phone is sitting there also. And the one thing that we note at the bottom of this is, timing advance is a measurement of time. So, let's say there's an obstruction, like this stand is in the way of my signal to the tower, and that has to go around that for that split second. So in some instances, the device will appear to be further out than it is because of that split second it had to go around. So sometimes you will see an arc that is just outside the location of a phone, but the phone can never be further out. The phone can never be outside of the arc. It will always be inside of the arc.
Moving on to slide 8.
Again, this is just to show what the time.
Are you wielding your wrench excessively? You dag. It's all good. I've still got it. No problem. She may get you back one day.
Timing advance band will look like on the map. Again, we have the neighboring cell tower, but we don't need to use that to make a guess because they've given us the distance from the tower that was used during that event. So that arc represents the distance that the device is.
I've still got to try and work out how to buy a membership because I owe Helen B a membership for winning the trivia night. And I don't know how to do it. It doesn't allow me to buy a membership or gift one. So I might have to log in later under another YouTube account and do it that way somehow. Made it home safe then, did we, Tan? Good job. You missed my first super sticker, and Anna is a new member as well. Yay. Ooh. Actually, Tan, maybe you can do it. Can you gift a membership and I'll send you the money for it for Helen B? Oh, no, you can't because she's got to be in chat to get it. Bugger. Bugger. Right. There goes that. If you can find where Helen B is, remind me.
And just to be clear, is this image, this map image here, specific to our case that we're here for today, or is this just a kind of a demonstrative?
No, these are just general, same ones I use for every presentation. So it is not Savannah.
Okay. Moving on to slide 9. So first of all, this is timing.
Oh, Mandy, thank you. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much. How do I find out who they go to? Oh, okay. So Kelly got one, Christine got one, Bite Me got one, Carrie Brooke got one, and Gabby got one. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mandy. That is just awesome. That's very generous of you. Yeah, that's lovely. Thank you. Oop. I don't know how to turn the ads on. I'll have to go through it with you later. But yeah, I'm not very good with that. But thank you. If you haven't checked out Mandy's channel, she is across at, let's put it up now, Miss Mandy Reacts. Give her some YouTube love and like and a sub. That's awesome. Are they? Okay, cool. There you go. I learned something I didn't know. Okay. Now I've set up the super chats, the stickers and the memberships, but it's the YouTube ads, like the partnership program. There's too much Too many things to click on. I'll get there. Thank you.
Advanced mapping for the boyfriend cell phone, right?
Yeah, the phone ending in 1458.
Okay, can you walk us through this, just kind of hitting all the component parts and what it is that it's telling us? Because there is a lot going on. in this.
Thank you.
There is a lot going on. This is the timing advanced activity for that phone between October 4th at 10:30 p.m. and October 5th at 5:49 a.m. And what it shows is that the timing advanced arcs line up with a general area of the blue call out box, which is the address that was given as the residence of the person that uses this phone. And what you can do with the timing advance in these instances is you can look at where timing advance overlaps with each other and it makes that X, so that you know that the phone could be anywhere along those bands, but when you have two overlapping bands, it's going to be somewhere in there where near where the bands overlap, or it makes an X.
Okay, so just to be clear here, we'll start. Looks like we got this phone. 3 different towers gather timing advanced data for this phone during this time frame.
4 different towers. If you look at the tower at the top, 4 different sectors.
Okay, 4 different sectors. All right, so this one on the left here,
Mhm.
right? You're saying at some point during the night, this phone was hitting on this tower,
Yeah, there were 22 events on that tower.
which would put it in this band.
Correct.
And at some point in the night, it was hitting on this tower here, moving to the right.
Yeah, there was 1 event on that tower.
And where's the band for that one?
Can I stand up here?
Yeah, sure.
So this band here would line up with this tower. This band that runs from here to here.
Hello,
Okay.
Christine. Welcome. You've been gifted a membership from lovely Miss Mandy. Congratulations. I hope you had a great weekend. It's a funny noise outside.
And then was it hit this tower here, moving to the right, the one that says CID is 1755? Tell us about this and where the band for it is.
So there are 23 events off both of these. Same tower, 2 different sectors. And what you'll see on a lot of towers is they stack on top. So if you ever see a tower and you see like there's almost like a parking garage, they're all in the same location, but level 1, level 2, level 3, they're all built to service more customers. So if there's an increase in customer base, instead of putting up a new tower, they're generally just going to stack more towers on top of that pole.
Okay, so is that why they're not offset like 100 degrees, 120 degrees from each
Correct.
other? Because it's not 2 separate sectors of the same tower. It's
Yeah, so this is likely 2 towers sitting right on top of each other, one slightly pointed in a different direction than the other. So this would still be sector 3. These are probably both sector 3 towers, one with a slightly different azimuth.
okay.
And these bands are represented. You can see the one, so this one that's a little to the right, these 2 bands here that go and stop a little bit short, and the one that's pointed up here starts here and goes down to here.
Okay. And you're saying it's the intersection of these bands where that phone would have been during this time frame.
Correct. During certain time periods, you can see if, for instance, if there's a call, I think there was a call at 10:48 on this band, and then there's a call 30 seconds later on this band. Well, you can't be here on this band and then here on this band in 30 seconds. So you have to naturally start looking at where do these bands overlap, and you can start narrowing down the location of where they could be within those bands. And then you can just look at geography, like there's no roads here, there's no roads over here, there's no roads here. So you can start eliminating so many places on timing advance and start narrowing down to where it's likely at during that time.
Is it your opinion that this phone appears to have been in the area of 535 Buckalter Road for the entirety of this time frame here?
The timing advance data would be consistent with it being at that location for the timing advance data that I have
Right, through the night.
through the night. They started at 10:30 and ended at 5:49.
Did you see any indication that that phone left the residence at any point tonight?
No, this is all the timing advance data that we had for that telephone.
Moving on to slide 10, this would be generally the same time frame before the brother's phone, right?
Yes, this one's at 11 instead of 10:30. That was the first timing advanced event. And then this one went to 9 a.m. Originally, we did some.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's lovely. You don't have to do that, but thank you. And good morning, Pug Gamer. Welcome. Oh, hey, Jake. How you doing? Good job. You pack of dags. Pug Gamer is Tanya's son. Tanya's son, Jake. And thank you, Tanya. That's amazing. Thank you. Everyone's been extremely generous. That's yeah. It's very humbling. Thank
A
you.
different analysis on the last phone to show where the phone went after 5:49, but this one was in the same location until 9 a.m.
Okay. And
Now,
so
Steph,
again,
are
we're
you gonna make
looking
me cry?
at where the bands intersect to tell where this phone appears to have been through this time frame.
Yeah, so these were both Verizon phones, both using the same towers, with the exception of that one event that happened on one other tower from the last slide. These are the same towers, same timing advance measurements, all lining up with being consistent with servicing that resident.
And do you believe that the timing advance data that you looked at for this phone is consistent with the phone having been at 535 Buckhalter Road?
They've got the
during
funniest
time
street
frame
names over
on the
there.
top of the slide there, 11 p.m. to 9 a.m.
Yes, these timing advance bands would service that area.
Okay. Did you see any evidence in the timing advance data through your analysis that this phone left the residence at any point during that time frame?
There were no timing advanced events that led me to believe that.
Moving on to slide 11. This would be cellular analysis for the child's father's number. Is that right?
That's what was described to me, yes, sir.
All right. What is the area depicted on the map here? Where are we in the world here?
Up near the South Carolina-Georgia line. I'm gonna have to look closer at I'm not familiar with up near Sardis, Millhaven, that area.
What's that town? What's that town in the top left of the slide there?
Waynesboro,
Okay. So not too far from there.
not too far from Waynesboro.
All right. What's kind of the bottom line conclusion as to the child's father's phone's location for the period on the slide here, 11 p.m. on the 4th to shortly before 9 a.m. on the
Yep.
5th?
All the phone data and timing advance indicated that phone was up in that area near the Georgia-South Carolina border for that entire time
I'm
period.
sorry to interrupt. Any indication that it came anywhere near Savannah that night?
There were no records indicating that it was anywhere other than these locations.
Now, we've come to the end of the report, but let me ask you this. Did you also do the same sort of analysis with respect to the defendant's timing advance data?
Yes, I did.
And did you also look at her Life 360 GPS data as well?
Yes, I did.
To keep it simple, I'd just like to refer you to some things that we've already heard from Taylor Burns.
Okay.
And let me ask you this. You originally had slides pertaining to her, right?
I did.
And is it fair to say that there were more of them and that they were more complicated because her phone had made a couple significant movements from the house during that night?
Yeah, there were several slides. I don't remember the exact number, but I think probably 10, somewhere close to that, with additional data, with a lot of timing advanced and a lot of movement on the phone.
Now, to keep it simple, I'll just ask you about your review of Taylor Burns' screen capture videos of his GPS plotting. Okay. Did you review a screen capture video of Taylor Burns' GPS plotting from the defendant's phone in Life 360 records, showing that phone making a movement first to a Circle K and then later to a location identified as her drug dealer's house?
Yes, in my original analysis, they provided some other phones and another location, and the phone was consistent with moving towards that area.
Okay. And after reviewing that screen capture video produced by Taylor Burns, can you tell us whether your analysis of that movement as reflected in her phone records and Life 360 records aligns with the product that Taylor put together?
So the Life 360 GPS coordinates are going to be more specific, but the timing advance lined up with the same pattern of movement as the Life 360 records.
Okay. Did you also look at a screen capture video of GPS plotting that Special Agent Burns did showing a movement by the defendant's phone to the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, remaining there stationary for a short period of time and returning to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes.
Did your analysis of her timing advance data for her phone number for that period line up with Special Agent Burns' GPS plotting of that movement?
Yes, the timing advance data was consistent with that same movement.
Did you review his screen capture video that Special Agent Burns produced pertaining to the boyfriend's cell phones or the boyfriend's Life 360 records, showing in the early morning hours a movement away from the phone from the home to his workplace, him remaining there for a few hours, and then returning back to the home? Did you see that video?
I did.
And did your timing advance analysis for the defendant's phone record, or pardon me, for the boyfriend's phone records during that time period line up with what Special Agent Burns had produced in the way of GPS mapping for that time period?
Yes, it did.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, Rob.
Mr. Gann? Did you hear it?
Thank you.
Special Agent Corley, you said you've been in the FBI for 13 years,
Yes, sir.
and I assume, I'm just trying to figure it out. Did
I'm
you
not
work
trying to
anywhere
put words
before
in
the
your mouth.
FBI, or were you in
Says it
school?
every time.
No, I was a captain in the United States Air Force,
Okay, and how long were you captain in the Air Force for?
9 years. Well, I'm sorry, I was a captain for 5. I was a lieutenant for 4.
Thank you for your service, Special Agent. All right, let's go back to your illustration, if I could, just to see if I can make sense of what it's saying and what we're trying to say with it. Is the sectors kind of give you a wide, broad swath in which a phone is pinging off of that tower, right?
Ping to me means a different thing, but yes, it's a general directional. RF frequency doesn't stop at a line on the ground, so it's more of an ambiguous like shape, but it is a general representation of that tower's coverage.
Right, and all I'm trying to get at is when I say pinging, I mean it's the phone is interacting with the tower in that sector in some way.
Yes, there's a date and timestamp of an event that produces that record.
Right, but all that record really produces is that there's been interaction with that sector of that tower with that phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so and that's all I'm trying to get at. So with regard to the boyfriend's phone, it says here that there were 22 events. It looks like off of the tower near, this is off page 9 of your report. There were 22 events off the tower near the Sky Zone trampoline park between the hours of 10:32 and 5:48, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the analysis and the data that you got, does it tell you what those events were, or does it just tell you that there were 22 events?
So these were all timing advanced data. So there were network interactions. So there was nothing that the phone was doing. There was no calls, no text messages, nothing like that aligned with this timing advanced data. These were all network measurements.
So it's just saying that this tower and this phone are interacting 22 events in this time frame.
Correct.
Okay. And the next question I have is, and then it has one event from the other tower closer to Hunter during the same, I guess at 10:57.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that event, was that a timing advance event or was that a phone call or what was it?
These are all timing advanced events.
Okay. So it didn't register the phone call, correct?
This does not require any user interaction with the phone.
Right. And so this time frame is pinging off of, I guess, an adjacent tower, correct?
It is pinging off a neighboring tower. Yes, sir.
All right. And the other tower to the top right of that has the 23 events, let's say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Don't know, just asking. Would that tower encompass the other events or are these separate events?
These are all separate events.
Okay. So the total events that you looked at for this time frame would be 23 events from the one tower, 22 events from the Sky Zone tower, and 1 event from the Hunter Army Airfield tower.
Correct.
Okay. So, and that again, it's just timing advance events. It doesn't require anything from the phone or any interaction. This is just the phone and the towers talking, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, my question is it looks like and I'm horrible with math, so correct me if I'm wrong. There's a total of 46 events in this time frame for this particular phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's all just the towers interacting with the phones, correct?
Correct.
So is it normal to have the towers switch like that?
Yes.
Okay. So it's nothing indicative of anything other than it's just switching between the towers.
Yeah. So if you were making a phone call or using a text message or using your phone for a data session, the phone is selecting which tower it's going to use. And in most cases, not most cases, in all cases, it's going to select the tower with the cleanest, the best signal. Most of the time, that's the closest tower, but not always. But in these events, these are just network measurements. So the measurements often, they don't even have to be a usable cell phone signal. They're just measuring the distance of the devices, taking and saying, well, what's this phone look like when it's at this distance from this tower? And then they aggregate that data to do whatever engineering they need to do with it. So it doesn't matter what the phone's doing, and it doesn't follow the same rules as we wouldn't say if we didn't have the distance from the companies that tell us how far it is, this would be not usable, because then it would just be like, well, it's bouncing off a bunch of different towers. How do we know where it's at? But because we have the distance, we can use it, even though it is using multiple different towers.
And that's kind of what I'm getting to is let's assume the phone's stationary and hasn't moved.
Mm-hmm.
The analysis that you're doing, it's these phones and these towers are doing their own thing, determining which tower to use and which signal to use and how to bounce back and forth with little or no interaction from the user, correct?
That could be correct, yes, sir.
Right. Not always correct, but in this
Yes.
particular case, that's correct, right?
Agreed.
Okay, all right. And that being said, the analysis doesn't ever actually say who is in possession or carrying or using the phone either.
No,
Yeah.
I can't tell you that. No, sir.
Right. And you have to look at other things to know that, correct?
Well, I mean, I would say there's probably never an instance where I can say 100% that person had a phone unless I was sitting next to them and watching them use the phone. So it could be picked up by somebody else. But yeah, I can't determine who was using the phone.
Cool. That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Ford.
you.
Is there any reason to hold this witness?
No, you're right.
Okay, you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. State may call his next witness.
Special Agent Snyder.
Oh, no.
Please declare to raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So.
Good morning.
Morning, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brad Snyder. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how do you spell Snyder?
SNIDER.
How long have you been an FBI special agent?
Approximately 18 years.
Can you just briefly tell us about your education before joining the FBI?
Sure. So I attended college at Appalachian State University. After college, I joined the Marine Corps as a Marine Corps officer. Spent approximately 8 years on active duty in the United States Marine Corps, and then joined the FBI after leading active duty.
Can you tell us a little bit about your FBI career leading up to this case?
Sure. So I currently serve as the coordinator for the FBI's Southeast Georgia Violent Crimes Task Force. Prior to that, I've been here in the Savannah office for about 15 years. Worked both violent crime cases, violent crimes against children cases, national security cases here in Savannah, as well as throughout the country and abroad.
Now, on October 5th, day one of this investigation, did you become involved in investigating the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you initially became involved? You know, the phone call or the conversation or whatever it was that brought you into this?
Sure. On our task force, we have a intelligence analyst with the Savannah Area Regional Intelligence Center. On that October 5th morning, we got an email from that analyst advising us of a potential.
Don't stress, Jake. I'm thinking I might head over there to your place tomorrow anyway, so we can talk about it then. Thanks anyway. Don't stress.
Kidnapping, abduction within the county. So upon receiving that email, I reached out to Detective Lemons with the Chatham County Police Department just to offer the services of the FBI. At that point in time, they really didn't have a clear picture as to what they had. So approximately an hour later, Detective Lemons called back and said, this is.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's offered to the effect on the listener, Your Honor. How did you become involved? I got a phone call. That's the listener.
Not what she said. She can testify about the effect of what she said.
You may want to rephrase your question, Mr. Dean.
After getting this phone call from Lemons and getting kind of a big picture of what was going on, did you respond to the Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
We did.
All right. And when you got there, what was going on?
Detective Lemons was starting the initial triage of interviews, gathering the individuals that were at the residence at the police department.
And on that day, you participated in a series of interviews with the defendant, Leilani Simon,
I did.
and you were paired up with Detective Lemons for that, right?
I was, yes, sir.
There were some other federal, local interview pairs that day as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. We've seen a lot of this interview footage from October 5th, but I'd like to ask you a few questions about it. We're not going to play it all back. At this time, had you received any particular training in interviews, interrogations prior to this day?
At this time, an 18-year career, I've done a lot of interviews. The FBI, like many law enforcement organizations, has numerous techniques, sophisticated techniques that we rely on throughout the course of investigation. But I would say The technique that moves the needle the most is interviews. And this particular investigation, we've done a lot of interviews, and really we have to let the interviews tell the story in this investigation.
Now, I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor during these October 5th interviews. Her demeanor, her tone, her volume. Okay, was her demeanor, tone, and volume, was it consistent throughout these interviews, or did it change from one thing to another at various points, or what?
It's actually, Your Honor, calls for opinion.
Sure. The witness personally observed her demeanor, tone, and volume. This is not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of personal observation.
Can you state the question?
Did her demeanor, tone, and volume, was it consistent throughout these October 5th interviews, or did it change at times?
I'll allow that.
The demeanor was inconsistent, erratic. The responses I would characterize as shallow emotional responses, and that on a dime, there would be crying with no tears. And then moments later, without really any transition, it would go to a normal conversation.
Now, what would cause, what sort of lines of questioning would cause the crying with no tears and increase in volume and rapidity of speech and things like that? When would that happen?
Anytime the pattern of questioning, pressed her on a particular issue she was uncomfortable with, that's when the defendant would become erratic and behave in that manner.
Now, I'd like to ask you just a couple questions about her story on day one on October 5th. Did you all talk to her about a trip that she had made away from the house sometime shortly after 1 a.m.?
We did.
And what was her story at that time as to what she was doing there?
At that particular time, it was to pay a front for Danny, her boyfriend at the time.
I'm asking you about the trip after 1 a.m., not the earlier one in the night. What was her story as to the trip after 1 a.m.?
After 1 a.m., that was to go see an individual by the name of Melissa Bray to get Oragel. She had just recently had her wisdom tooth pulled the day prior, and her story was she departed the residence at 1 a.m. to go get Oragel from Melissa Bray.
What was she calling Melissa Bray at that time on day one?
That was Misty, as she referred to Melissa Bray. Misty.
And initially, you were telling me about a story that she was given for a different trip, right? That was the one after 10:30, 11 o'clock or so?
That's right.
Okay. I'd like to ask you just a couple questions about the days immediately following October 5th, okay? Did a local team kind of coalesce and come together to investigate this matter?
We did.
And can you describe the composition of the local team? Like, who was involved in this thing?
Sure. So the Chatham County Police Department had two primary investigators, Detective Lemons and Detective Noble. They were supported by a cadre of additional investigative supervisors. Our FBI team consisted of myself, Special Agent Solomon, Special Agent Burns, and we were also supported by a cadre of FBI agents from Augusta, from Brunswick, and then at that point in time, once we had our local investigative teams together, we started reaching out to other resources that both the FBI and Chatham County had at their disposal.
Can you describe some of this outreach to other units and resources that come to mind?
Sure. So the FBI has a team referred to as the CARD team, or the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. So once we realized the situation at hand, we immediately sought the assistance of our Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. We contacted our Behavior Analysis Unit at FBI headquarters in Quantico, commonly referred to as FBI profilers. They provided a substantial amount of subject matter expertise. We also contacted FBI CAST, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. They were able to take a very detailed look at the telephones associated with this investigation. We also reached out to our CART team, Computer Analysis Response Team, and they were able to do a lot of work with a particular infotainment system within the vehicle driven by the defendant.
What about the DFAU? Y'all use them for anything?
We did Digital Forensics Analysis Unit. They did a lot of video, audio enhancement, specifically video enhancement, and then audio enhancement as it relates to some of the interviews to clarify various points where the audio wasn't as clear as we wanted it to be.
Do you think of any resources y'all didn't use in this case?
Truly no. In this investigation, we utilized resources in a very finite amount of time, really what spanned probably 8 days. And normally the investigative techniques we employed in 8 days is something that we would use across a 6-month to a year-long investigation. Just to give merit to the monumental effort, that both the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department undertook in very short order.
All in service of finding Quinton and identifying the person responsible.
Yes, sir.
Now, the plan and priorities over the first couple of days after these October 5th interviews of all these 3 people, did that include some follow-up on Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
It did, yes, sir.
And who had point on that? What office or people?
Because at the time, Henry Moss Jr. was living in Burke County. Burke County falls under our Augusta resident agency for the FBI. So our Augusta office took lead in interviewing with Henry Moss.
Did it include some follow-up on Daniel Youngkin and his behavior and so forth that morning?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. And who had a point for that?
That was Detective Noble, I believe, as well as Special Agent Solomon.
And what was it that they did at his workplace?
When they arrived at the workplace, they sought the assistance of Danny Youngkin's boss, an individual by the first name of David, I believe. They obtained video of Danny actually departing work frantically. They could observe on the video Danny departed his place of employment in such a hasty fashion that he forgot his jacket, he forgot to clock out, and ended up encountering his supervisor as he was running to the vehicle. His supervisor described Danny hysterical and crying.
He's already answered the question. He's just giving a narrative outline and testimony at this point of other witnesses. So I'd say it's
That's right. I agree. All right. Let me just ask you this question about the efforts at Danny's workplace. Okay. Why was it his workplace is not the same, right?
That's correct.
Why was it important to you all to go out to his work and figure out what he looked like and acted like there?
It was a process to corroborate the story that Danny had provided at the time. It gave us the opportunity to see the immediate reaction of Danny once he received that phone call from the defendant. So that was one of the main reasons, was to corroborate the story and get that immediate reaction, something that without that video, we wouldn't be able to have observed.
Now, during this investigation, did you have kind of ongoing interactions with Danny Youngkin?
I did.
Did you get a sense in interacting with him for his level of sophistication, intelligence, and so forth?
I did.
With that background, do you believe that he would be?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I do not believe it does, Your Honor.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Do you believe that he would be capable of acting or thinking to act in a particular way?
I'm going to say that.
Okay. Let me ask you about the October 8th interview. Okay, we've heard testimony about an interview on October 8th at the FBI office in Savannah with an interviewer from Quantico named Bridget Rock. Okay, were you present for that interview?
I wasn't present for the interview, but I observed the interview in a remote location within the office.
Okay, you're watching it on like a live feed or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay, and let me ask you this about, because I don't know that I've asked anybody else this. The location in which that interview was conducted, is that in Chatham County?
It is. It's at the FBI office off Chatham Parkway here in Savannah.
Okay, and the October 5 interviews at Chatham County Police Headquarters, were those in Chatham County as well?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in the lead up to this October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, that the 2 most significant investigative findings were your interview with
leading question.
prior to that October 8th interview? Had you interviewed Melissa Bray? Can you tell me first about the process of locating her in the first place?
We first learned of Melissa Bray through an interview of the defendant. The defendant provided us information that she previously worked with Melissa Bray at a restaurant located off of Highway 17 in Chatham Parkway here in Savannah. And I went to the restaurant, approached Miss Bray during working hours, and asked Miss Bray if she had some time after she was off work for the day to speak with me. She advised that she did. She would be more than happy to speak with the FBI. I arrived at a residence at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon of October the 6th.
And what were you asking her? What were you looking for from her?
The main thing we were trying to see from Miss Melissa Bray was whether or not she had any recent interaction with the defendant.
And what did she tell you?
Ms. Bray provided that she hadn't had any recent interaction. However, she provided text messages and, that the last time she had contact face-to-face with the defendant was July the 5th. She received a text message or a phone call. Actually, I believe it was a text message from the defendant. The defendant said she had run out of gas, needed a gas can. Miss Melissa Bray, as well as her husband, supported the defendant in getting that gas. And then after that, there were a series of text messages on July 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and I believe the 13th, where Miss Bray was trying to get the gas can back from the defendant. I observed the text messages myself. There was never a response. The gas can was not returned. So really from July the 5th, there had been no contact whatsoever, according to Miss Bray, between Mrs. Bray and the defendant.
Now, in your view, did the text messages that you looked at corroborate what Melissa Bray was telling you about the last time she had seen the
Objection,
defendant?
Your Honor, comes back to opinion again.
Repeat the question.
Did the text messages corroborate what Melissa Bray was telling you?
I'll allow that question.
Second objection, then bolstering, Judge. Witness has not been attacked.
I'm going to allow the question.
Did the text messages corroborate what she was telling you?
Absolutely, 100%.
Now, so that was done before the October 8th interview with Bridget Brock.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And prior to that October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, had the investigative team obtained some important video footage?
We had.
And just broadly tell us what that was.
That was CCTV footage obtained from the Azalea Gardens trailer park.
And in this October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, did the defendant stick to the Misty story?
Absolutely.
Now, moving forward from this, that night, the night of the 8th, this is when the hotel monitoring operation was conducted, right?
That's correct.
Now, were you involved in setting that up, or at least discussing it with Daniel Youngkin?
I was.
And when had that discussion taken place?
On October the 7th.
Okay. Can you describe, approaching Danny and bringing this up, and who else might have been there for this conversation?
That was an interview conversation that we had with Danny Youngkin with Agent Savannah Solomon on October the 7th at our office. We disclosed to Mr. Youngkin, to Danny at the time, the facts that we had learned at that point in the investigation. We disclosed to Mr. Youngkin the...
Objection, Your Honor. It's a narrative from the witness again. I don't think that's a question that Mr. Dean asked him.
I asked him to describe the circumstances of approaching Mr. Youngkin about this operation, proposing this operation. This is a totally responsive answer.
It's a narrative, Judge. I mean, if he has a direct question, you need to ask a direct question, not an open-ended one to allow the witness to say whatever he wants.
I don't think in this case it was. I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can continue.
So again, we were able to disclose to Mr. Youngkin the facts of the investigation that we obtained at that point. And two of those important facts at that point were the surveillance footage that we obtained from Azalea trailer park, as well as the interview that I had conducted the previous day of Miss Melissa Bray, in which she had no recollection whatsoever of having any interaction with the defendant regarding the Orgeil story.
And did you ask him if he would agree to this filming and audio monitoring in the hotel room?
We did.
How did he react to that?
He was on board 100%. Whatever he needed to do, he was glad to do it.
Did he seem nervous? Did he stutter? Anything like that?
No, sir.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for opinion again.
Based on what his observations were. I'm going to allow it.
Okay. The answer to that question was no.
That's correct.
Let me ask you about October 12th. So this would be 4 days after the October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, right?
Yes.
In which she insisted that the Orgeil story was true, right?
Correct.
Now, this October 12th interview, where was it conducted?
That interview was also conducted at our FBI office here in Savannah off Chatham Parkway.
In Chatham County?
Correct.
And who was involved in this interview?
That was myself and Special Agent Solomon, also with the FBI.
What type of room did it take place in?
A large conference room, approximately half the size of this room that we're in today.
And was it recorded?
It was.
Audio and video?
That's correct, yes, sir.
In this interview, did the defendant's story changed.
Yes, sir, it did.
And how did it change? And what parts of it changed, I guess?
Really, three main points came out of this interview. The first change was the admission of significant drug use on the night of the 4th and the morning of the 5th. The interaction with Miss Melissa Bray in the Orgel story, that was a significant change. Where over the course of the interview, she disclosed, agreed that actually did not happen. And then we obtained significant information as it relates to her purpose in the trailer park that night.
I can't wait for this. This is the bit I've been looking forward to. And thank you, Jake. I think I got it right. I don't like this chord, but it actually is really useful. Like, especially if we're doing a live trial and we've got time to kill, we can head over to the Discord site and we can all either watch a movie together or we can have like live chats and all sorts of stuff. We can play games. Yeah, it's we can post. We can have. You can make suggestions for trials. You can put you can have any limitless amount of like headings that we can share. So yeah, thank you. And maybe hopefully now we can actually find the channel because I had the wrong link.
And throwing away trash.
What did she say about, I mean, we're going to watch it, but kind of overview, what did she say about throwing away trash in the trailer park?
Initially, the whole purpose of going to the Azalea Trailer Park was to get the Orgel from Miss Melissa Bray. But once we confronted her that I myself had interviewed Miss Melissa Bray and Melissa Bray was not able to corroborate that story, she told us that she also had trash in the back of the vehicle that was placed in there the night prior or the day prior, approximately 4:30 on the 4th. And the trash, being that Miss Melissa Bray was not there, the trash was smelling up the car. So at 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:15 in the morning, when she drove by Miss Melissa Bray's house, she wasn't there. She took that opportunity to throw the trash that was in the back of the Dodge Journey into the dumpsters at Azalea's Trailer Park.
Now, prior to this, on October 5th, had you all discussed with her this Azalea trip?
We had.
And had y'all discussed it with her at length on October 5th, what exactly she was doing there?
Multiple times, yes, sir.
And on October 8th, did Bridget Brock discuss this Azalea trip?
She did.
And was that also at length?
Yes, sir.
Now, on either of those days, October 5th and October 8th, had she said anything about throwing trash away at Azalea on that trip?
Never.
So as of October 12th, is it fair to say that this was new information from the defendant?
It was.
Did she talk to you about how much the trash weighed? Well, let me ask you this. First of all, what did she identify the trash as being specifically to the extent you remember?
She identified it as being shrimp pasta. That was a meal that they had thrown away from the day or two prior.
Was she able to give you details on the estimated weight of the trash and the specific physical mechanics of throwing it away?
She was.
What did she say about those two things, the weight and how she did it?
When we were questioning her about that, this was towards the end of the interview, we asked how she threw the trash away. She described getting out of the vehicle on the driver's side, walking along the driver's side to the rear of the vehicle, opening the back hatch of the Dodge Journey, and then pulling the single trash bag out. She was asked how she pulled that bag out. Verbally, she said, I pulled it out with one hand, but as she was demonstrating, how she pulled the bag out, she demonstrated using two hands to throw the trash bag into the dumpster. She also described before she went to throw the bag in the dumpster, she opened the bag and described smelling the bag before she threw the bag into the dumpster.
Would she ever tell you if this really was just a bag of old food, why she would have felt the need to look inside the bag one last time before throwing it away?
We asked her that multiple times in the interview, describing is it normal for a person to, knowing that the vehicle was had an odor to it, why would you? Is it normal for a person to smell the trash before they throw it in the dumpster? And the defendant really didn't have an explanation for that other than she was just smelling the trash before she threw it away.
At some point in this interview, did she say anything about taking responsibility?
She did.
What do you remember her saying about that?
We'll see it in the interview, but I can't recall verbatim, but it was something to the effect of, if I did this, I'll take responsibility. Verbatim, I can't recall exactly what she said.
Yeah, sure.
The jury has indicated that they need a break. I figured they would need one at about 10:30 because they've been going at it now for about an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm going to ask you to stop at this point. I'm going to, let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back, resume.
Ta-da!
We're now back on the record. Before we bring the jurors out, Mr. Hilliard, you said there's something you want to bring up.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on this.
So counsel for the state are present as well. Mr. Hilliard?
Yes, last night I received an email from Mr. Dean late in the evening saying that he, as well as Detective Lemons, and I believe it was Agent Schneider, if I'm not mistaken, had interviewed and spoken with Craig Weston and Tim Weston, and they were going to add them to the witness list and supplement the witness list. And my understanding was that they were to be called this afternoon. So, one, I would object to that under 17-16-6. And again, it may be somewhere, but I have not seen, at least in the last two witness lists, either Craig or Tim Weston listed as witnesses. It may have been an early one and I missed it, number one. So I'll acknowledge that, but I don't think I did. I did go back and look, and I haven't seen them listed as witnesses heretofore until now. So we object on that as not being timely disclosed. And second, I would like to at least be given an opportunity to interview those witnesses. So on the one hand, I moved to exclude it under 17-16-6 as not being properly disclosed 10 days prior to trial. We're on the 9th day of jury selection and trial at this point. So obviously, I don't think it fits in the 17-16-6, number one. So we moved to exclude both of those witnesses. Number two, if the court does not so exclude those witnesses, then I at least would like to have an opportunity to speak with those witnesses prior to them being called, given the statements that I'm being told or proffered that were made.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean?
All right. Just so that we can skip that half hour of argument. Craig Weston is the drug dealer. And the other one must be his girlfriend or wife or whoever. But Craig Weston actually does testify on day 8. So they lose that argument. Well, they lose half of it. They get to interview him and not her. So we can skip to the next witness, which is Brad Schneider still. Yeah, that argument goes for like, oh. Why is that not matching up? Because I think that is the video.
We're going to pick up approximately 30 minutes plus or minus into the interview. There's a significant amount of rapport building, nothing really substantive to the case that takes place in the first portion of the interview that's cut out and that's redacted.
Does the recording on this disc fairly and accurately depict the portions of the interview that we included here?
It does, absolutely.
And other than trimming some material off the
So
front,
this is still outside the presence of the
and
jury.
redacting some inadmissible information, has it been altered or modified in any way?
It is not.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 70.
Subject to the redactions we've already discussed. No.
Now,
Maybe it's their interview with
when
him.
we
Craig.
open this thing and start playing it, first of all, what are we going to see initially?
This is the conference room, a large conference room in the Savannah office of the FBI. You'll see myself on the right side of your screen, the defendant seated at a small circular table in the middle, and then Special Agent Solomon on the left side of your screen.
All right, I'm going to take the time to get it up here because it does seem like some people have been watching on this screen as opposed to the other one.
Apology, office, FBI office in Savannah, was served in this case that we were going to.
I'll go ahead and publish this by planning for the jury. I want to tell you, I might stop it from time to time and ask you kind of what was that question and what did she say? Because the audio is, I think it's passable, but it's not outstanding. Fair to say?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, I just wanted to apologize. I think you of all people know how stressful this entire situation is. And we've been working 20-hour days. We're doing the best that we absolutely can. Just to find Quinton. I hope you understand that. And the stress that's involved in that. It's on everybody. It is. It's everybody. And yesterday or 2 days ago, probably should have just walked away. And let my emotions get the best of me. And I want you to understand that I apologize for that. It's not lost on me. There's really, you don't have another adult, male figure that you can, So I'm sure you feel like I sort of abandoned you. That's what you feel, when we had that conversation. And then we talked to your mom just 2 days ago. And your mom, told us that it was just a day or so ago that your stepfather was able to give you a hug.
That's the first communication since he came home. I needed that. You said no, it was like a little bit of comfort.
So I'm sorry, but there's some things, we'll talk about this. So what's going on at the house right now? Are you staying with your mom right now?
At the moment, and so we can get into the housing for the ministry. Because they're going to make it somewhere. I'm going to pick out the address and everything. But I'm trying to do that so we can do that to a case.
We're all staying at the house right now.
I know my brother's going to be there for I think possibly longer. Paul's there. And everybody's going to be there. But with the addition of my brother, she said the kids stay forward. I got back when I was. And I was just trying to go deep. Jim, I'll tell you, we found out in bed. Yes. She was like, oh, there's nobody else. I'm just, got to check for safety. And she was like, came downstairs, and I was like, and she's like, okay, I got my phone. I was probably, we're working on getting that back before she leaves. I was like, oh,
Now, with everybody there, is there any additional searches that y'all done on your own, anything?
There's one day that we got a psychic. And I said something about a container of books. That's what your mom said. Your mom said she's kind of bored of anything she's got. Yeah, when that happened, my friend went to the garage, even though we really all searched it, we still did every container we could. Searched and looked. I was just like, oh, no. What's the blonde magazine? I can ask the daughter. Little bitty. She's always scared. She is, and she was ready to she searched everything. She's like, escort everything. Like, oh, drop the property. We're long behind. They want to get there. I'm like, Charlie's running around. I was like, these two are very similar. She's going up, she'll on the TV or look over at first. Yeah. But she's been ready to search. They searched the canal, they searched the land. They all done anywhere that. No, we've been trying not to tread on anything that could possibly be anything. Yeah. So honestly, I said, like, if you do go walk around, when you do see something, that's everything. Call us, take a picture of it, call them, send it to the tunnel location, don't touch it, whatever it is. And I don't want to walk into the woods or anything like that because there's sense and or something that could be there. Yeah. Well, that was the last thing the dogs were doing today since they went back to, I told you last time, I talked to you directly when, we went back, Tuesday, I don't remember the days of the week, right on Monday, because like I said, we didn't see one in the dark, and the dogs, guys work the same way, and the dogs don't live here, so we had to do that on its own, but,
So in combination with everything that we want to do to make sure that we do absolutely everything we can and we get it all right. We don't want to miss anything. And I know that's important to you. Right?
Yes.
So with that, just kind of not wanting to put words, in your mouth, but being the time and space that's passed since the last talk, maybe there's a chance that you were calling things, differently or something new that, it just didn't come up before that we didn't ask.
Yeah, we've been getting it every day.
Well, and so honestly, Wednesday was today to shop, right? And you're trying to get everything in order, what usually happens. But sometimes when you get a chance to breathe a little, I mean, I've said this to someone this week, you're driving home, you're like, how I dare, because you're on this autopilot, and you really think like, oh, there was a yellow car. And now you've got time to get further down the road. And so if you remember something differently right now, it's not because you were wrong then. It's because, okay, I've had time to just kind of let it settle and see things more clearly when, the shock of it all has had a chance to kind of come down. So we're not going to come down if anything's different, because there's a lot to be said for some time and space to kind of things that you didn't think about before because they weren't the big thing, or,
something so what's the matter, so just picture there. That's me, actually. Can you think of any detail that you feel that's I keep going through but it's pretty much the only thing that makes sense, the only thing that completely hasn't baffled is the door to baffled. Okay, just about for work, that is the only thing that I keep on board with thinking.
And to be honest, we're double checking, beyond just that data that Joe had, to see like, what is this really mean?
Yeah.
So we're again, running through the carpet on every single thing.
So with that in mind, let's just kind of go through a few things. So let's just start with Circle K. And tell me about the phone call that you made. I guess it was that Tuesday night or Wednesday morning to Circle K.
It was a great phone call. I can't honestly remember if it was on my phone, it was on my phone. And I called him, I said, boy, they're not having
They need to show stuff.
it's just and how it needs stuff. That's why when that Misty might not really don't be working with Misty. There was 3 2, so we only had 2 words. And one still had something in it. And one had something was when I got some for her. And so okay, like normally they have it. Normally they did not have it. I guess they should have come the next day or whatever. I used to work there, I believe, on Saturdays. Once a month, on Thursdays, Fridays. And then I went like that, I'm going home. I stood outside, I just let me cigarette. What else? I ain't gonna do it. I had a little skirmisher in there. I did. And I went down.
Because when we look at the phone records, for that investigators look at, there's not a call from your phone to the Circle K. So you just kind of help me understand that. Do you think another phone number?
It's possible that was David's phone.
So you think you use Danny's phone?
It's possible that he has his phone there all the time. I have really bad signal inside the house. I just rather than I kind of wish I had a flip phone, but I don't like a signal in the house. They never said they were saying I get signal out and come to you throughout the whole house.
Okay. And the 911 telephone call, kind of thing, when you put a statement together, you did a phenomenal job providing just a tremendous amount of detail. It's been helpful for us throughout this entire process.
And then I was speaking of them, we always said, if you want to treat her sweet, and that'd be fun.
Within that statement, you mentioned, or you should be put it in writing, that you made a 911 call.
Yes.
But there's a male voice on the call.
Yeah, he tried to call his phone first, and for some reason it wasn't working. So then we called my phone, and that's where he started to speak at first, but the way he was speaking to me was really calm, and that's when y'all heard the timing.
And so that he made the get our together.
Yeah, we were together, he's been very calm. I was like, no, keep on the baby, and that's when I'll be able to start speaking and yelling nothing about it. So.
And that was an absolutely chaotic time. You wake up out of your bed and somebody's out there. So let's just go back to that point. I know that's super stressful. Let's just go back to that point when you had a bed. And what was the first thing that you did?
The very first thing I would turn the phone to the time was I said, "Door, and I told the door, the way the kids are set up, all I can do is look around, which is it. So before I said, well, just sort of searching for like, what if he could suddenly find out about it? One day they can't, you never know, it just happens. And like, oh crap, I started searching house closets too, because they have this thing about playing inside closets. And the way the doors open, the door never shuts, like you can push it open and pull it. Those were some of the first business I checked. And then outside, it's like, I don't really talk to the pool. If you were angry, like, you get irritation.
I think you've done it for us too.
Yeah, that was the second time, the very first time, I had done that. So I mean, just looking home at the end of the day, I go there every night. I researched everything. I don't know. I got up and I looked at his face and the blanket was really pointing. And I looked pallet. And then the blanket was notes outside of it. And there was a good pillow right there. This pallet was still there. You can't find this animal anywhere. And then he mentioned something about that. I was like, Michelle, she came over a couple weeks ago and had a bunch of choice much. So I said, somebody had a cell phone. And that's what I him. He was, his monkey one was there. And that was in the thing.
He's so full of shit, lady.
Outside of it. You know? So, I told him that way. So, and Michelle brought that with her. Yeah, she likes it. Yeah, I don't know exactly. It was just so long. She bought baby dolls. And for him, it was a new toy, so it was his favorite. Yeah, it was just new toys. You know, that was his one.
So to kind of go back to that, because Paul and Michelle, they tell an entirely different story. And that entirely different story. Paul and Michelle tell an entirely different story. So just kind of go back through that. And I want you to understand that what you tell us, what you remember, is absolutely just as important as what Paul and Michelle remember. So let's just walk back through that, okay? And a lot of times, the best way to do that is doing what we call reverse work. So you start with a 911 call, and then go what happened just before that, and then what happened just before that, all the way back to the time that you got out of bed. Let's try that.
I called Michelle. See, I don't want to call 911. And after that, Michelle was already on her way.
So it's, not
Yeah, before that, Michelle was already on her way for the call because I was trying to figure out for some reason. And this is the week, like a week to a week. The week said, but I was working hard, you know, we got. So that was on me. You know, I called Barry, I called her, I called her home. She came home and helped me service. This to this day, she was there for the call. Yeah, her car was, so how would you get there? Yeah, her car was trapped in from the office. I remember before I was speaking me on.
So let's talk about that, right? So 911, and before that, it was a call to
Michelle. Michelle was here for some reason, she had.
Okay. And then
Before that is Danny, searching the house and all that stuff. You know, we even inside part of one times we searched or whatever, and then we're gonna find where it's like 2 weeks, so that they wait for it, number one get there. You know, so before that was just, yeah, that's like the whole time. And I didn't want to do something. I was on purpose. I did. It was very good. And that's part of what I did. When I was like, I just took off the top. I did it.
Just so we're all clear on what you said, was that her disclosing a new fact that you hadn't heard before?
That's correct.
What was that new fact?
At this point in the interview, she disclosed that the purpose of the trip to 204 was to get a Percocet 30.
Yeah, did she say whether she had taken it that night?
She did.
And her words here were, I was on drugs, right?
Correct.
All right. And I'll pick that up. That was paused at 14:46:05 on the timestamp in the top right corner.
It was a other songs. I didn't want to let her out too fast. Because someone was yeah. But that's what she does. Yeah, so I was out right lane. I think that's maybe I never really appreciate it. She's not worried about it. I didn't know where to go. I went there, that's where I made it.
Now, pausing at 14:46:34, did she just say that the place she had actually gone to meet the drug dealer was Arkwright Lane and not Flacco's Tacos, as she had said previously?
That's correct.
All right.
And I know they said that they don't, he wasn't upstairs or anything like that. But we're retracing. I was like, they know me, I have been there probably about 100 times and I thought once, you know, like, so that they all know me there. Yeah.
And that was let's talk to that. What trip was that?
That was the trip to a board. I was at 10 something, a little bit up there. We got there 2:40 something. I got home 2:40 something. Yeah, I was going forward.
So tell me about that. How's that perk? You drive back home and
I actually got home. Well, it's not. So, when you get somewhere, it's not that maybe doesn't take only take over 30. That's too much. Just kidding. It is a pain away, you get like, yeah, well, maybe that'd be the reason why it's also, you know.
and you had to put these in conjunction with smoking.
Yes, that's what I'm like. Like I said, as soon as I got home, I went outside and smoked a cigarette.
About what time did you do that?
By the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever. I still Stories right there. It wasn't bad. Like, it took like an hour or so for it to release. I'm just watching the order. By the time I got home, I found the order done, though, it was kicking. It was it. And I was a little stumbled. I thought I was wrong. You know, that's how I was considered. So I left the house for that one. Really out of it. And like I said before, when I started to check on all the kids, you know what I'm saying? All of us guys now. And Jay was there, little camel Peter played it, I'll go back over him. Cleaning it. It's a long way. So it was very so it's like this, you roll over and sleep, so it's okay. You know, I just roll over and go smoke it. You know, outside. No, outside, and I smoked and came back inside before 2. Now I'm safe. And that would be reasons why I didn't hear any of it. Didn't hear the alarm. It was very nice. It made you sleep. You know, once you get still and it hits. And it affects everybody differently. You know, just because the nice affects everybody differently. I mean, pretty much what we have. Like, she was bad. Like, it was bad. It was yeah, it's really bad. Like, she was account. But the whole thing.
Tanya, stop it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me see who they went to. So Regina got one. Jessica Donald got one. Wrestler's mum got one. Helen B, yay! That's awesome. Thanks, Tan. I will owe you that. I'll send you that membership for Helen because that's my gift to her. And I don't even know if you can like how do I gift one? Like I don't know how to do it. Oh Lord. But thank you. That's very, very generous. Oh, I'm very spoiled. Very spoiled. Thank you. It's lovely. Thank you very much.
We'll come back to origin. I think I would touch on there. But the origin story. Tell me again exactly, how that played out. What you did in the origin.
Best you get your channel up and running now, love. Yeah, it only allows me to do the super chat or the super sticker though. It won't tell me, it won't give me the membership. And I want to be able to specifically give it to someone, select one of the subs to gift it to. And I don't know how to do that either, if that's possible. Anywho.
Well, just a couple things on that. I want you to just help me understand. Missy has no recollection at all. And she did not, there's no communication. There's no communication between you or Missy on Missy's phone or your phone about you. I don't know if I've ever called any contacts now. We get different phone numbers that changes over a certain amount of time. The numbers that change over time. Especially when I'm paying for it. So that'd be part of the reason that I get some from them and not coming off if it was no explanation. It's easier to phone number, it's easier for me. So that's what I call her. That's like choosing my number. You guys just want to text my number or something for a long time before I was home. That's channel. Prior to that, when was the last time she had any communication with
It's when I ran out of gas. I up on the road. And I walk down to the house and knock on the door and message her desk. And my husband walked me all the way down to okay, take a gas. And all the rest of her. And that was a stupid night. I was very angry about some cheating that happened about what was going on. Maybe but that was right after the baby before. So it was
No. Just tell me exactly how you drove into the trailer park, how you drove in, where Missy's house is.
when you're talking about Missy's house is on Claire's house is on the right hand side. So I walked in, she walked up.
You see her in Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just saying outside.
Yeah, no time, girl. Like, I knew it was skipping.
How long did y'all interact there? This is how long there?
2-3 minutes just because of the conversation. How you want to turn off doing so. She does some crafty stuff. She did house was outside. So that was part of it. And I got my car. Whatever. We get into some money from the trash. Yeah, I did. The trash was damaged. Supposed to take trash off 2 days ago. And there's spoiled food on my car. So I pulled around and see my gas off the trash. Yeah. There's portals, like shrimp pasta. Yeah. The whole car's like shrimp. Yeah, because I got in there, so there's like smell. I thought that before, I didn't really go to a before. You know, I didn't know that before. And I'm like, get out of the car. I'm looking. And we use Glade trash bags. Okay, I said that Glade gray trash bags.
So did you stop anywhere else at all?
I went straight back home. And that's when I throw my phone away. I was supposed to time. A little time didn't go to the car. I bring it home. But yeah, I was like, just checking kids outside, so just stay there. So I went late for the week. I had no day at the bed. Even Michelle thought it was weird that he didn't bring all the kids really good, because like I said, I paid it 5 days of the week and she got off of it. So whatever work or not, we do it that way so we have a steady pay rate. And sometimes my pay might be, I have to pay a little bit more and then get over in a couple of days, anything like that. We got issues like that, but she's always been paid. She's always been paid. Sounds like you were. Honestly, if you were. I didn't even remember one thing, so that he shook me before he left. I didn't even feel that. I didn't know that he even left. And I was like, I woke up. Surprised, honestly, that the sky and the kids have been clean up the damage. It's, I don't know how to react. I think I was able to be screaming and get talking about something. Yeah, so. The rest of everything just came out to the T. A lot of it, and like I said, you can see, make sure that it's loyal and everything out.
Well, let's look at this. Maybe some of this stuff will help you recall some more detail. So I'm going to slide it here. Inside. So this is the photo of you in your car. That's your car, right? That's your car. And where exactly is this in your car? So that's the first one, and this is true down here.
Yeah, I think it's on first one, and that's how it's coming out. It's not so.
It goes right here. So you look at that, what do you do down there?
The bathrooms are there and home.
And where is Missy's house? Home is not. So Missy's house is not right there. So just help me understand. Before we can say, all right, you went to Missy's house, so you can run up and drive, and it's right there. So this here, you have that little map. This is a photograph taken from the dumpsters looking back at the tree. What you can't see in this picture is a camera that right there that we now have. So that we have that camera right there. What is that camera going to show? That's a long time. Where did you pull that back out?
It was in the bed of the shop. I put it up there. I smoked it. Tied it up the other time. And I just put it second. This 1 to 2 little pieces.
And this is why we started on top of the
I believe it was this one. And just shut off everything. And it's a great thing done. Yeah, it was just grandpa, so it was just overthrown out food that he was supposed to do that. But it was good. So there was no food. Also, it's like common food.
Looks like when you got out of the car, and you got out there, the drivers decided what to do is walk along to the back. That's when they got back in the car, watching the traffic, what did the trash out of the hatch, fortunately.
Yeah, I look at that. There was the car, like, here. It's like crazy, and out, and then, yeah, got out, and we were there, and we were like, oh my God, it's the car. It's just kind of.
This camera, that's exactly.
Exactly what so we get out there, so we grab it, it's a message for a second, next song, and I was getting to grab it. Grab it, and I grab it, it's just like, so that's exactly what I did. So I thought I did in the house, and so I took it. Yeah, so that's all. That's exactly what I did. The traffic members, we always have, no matter what, the child always used to play. And the ones that got played away, the traffic time to, I guess, it was free. That was the only time I was back there. That was nasty. And that was like, I was thinking about spending all of the cereal, but someone started wanting us. Yeah, I was on stuff, it was space cereal, so rice space down the big cereal. I had somebody gave me some, and the one on she had just opened and I baked it too. So I was back there, and guess one of the turns I set up for something, I just listed up and got another way.
There's something else on the ground. They just sit down and not allow investigation and the truthfulness. You said,
And you'll let my at least maybe help y'all connect some dots.
just again, honestly, it's the first time. I said,
I have a problem with worrying about other people's safety, other people who do.
This is all outside the presence of the jury as well. So I'm not really understanding the point. So maybe we should just. Not really understand. So maybe we should just. Because I think they're going to just play it all again for the jury. Which I would assume. Play it all again for the jury. Maybe not. No, yeah, they do at the end. I think maybe. I don't know. No, yeah, they do at the end. There's another probably half hour of this. There's another probably half hour of this. All right, let's go from here, I think. Executive decision made.
This particular case, you pretty much were involved on October 5th, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and on October 5th, what exactly did you do on October 5th?
October 5th started out with a call to Detective Lemons to determine whether or not Chatham County needed the FBI's assistance.
No, I don't mean a rehash of what you've already said you did. I mean, your actual involvement. Did you conduct the interviews on October 5th? Let me ask a more specific question. So on October 5th, did you conduct any interview on October 5th?
Conducted multiple interviews on October 5th.
And who did you interview on October 5th?
October 5th, specifically the defendant, I think on two separate occasions, two interviews with the defendant. I did not speak with Paul on October 5th, but I did speak with Danny at some point on October 5th as well.
Oh, my pen's running out. Give me 1 second. So on October 5th, you spoke with Ms. Simon at least twice. You did not speak with Paul, but you did speak with Danny, correct?
That's correct.
And you spoke with Danny again on October 6th or 7th or both?
I don't recall exactly. There were multiple times. I had telephone conversations with Danny, but I know for sure I spoke with Danny on October the 7th.
Okay. So maybe on the 6th, but 7th for sure.
Absolutely.
And how about Miss Simon? You speaking to Simon on the 6th or 7th or no?
Don't think so. I think it was October 5th primarily.
All right. And October 7th was the day you got permission from Danny to wire the hotel room, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I assume the hotel room was over there off of Chatham Parkway, from what my understanding was. I won't put words in your mouth, but I think it's over there off Chatham Parkway, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you had, how was the room wired up?
I wasn't involved specifically in that aspect of we have a team that handles that. I just know that we had a room that we had rented adjacent to that room where we were able to live monitor on a video feed. Again, almost like a hotel room that has an adjoining door, that type of setup. And we had both audio and video in that room to hear what was going on.
And so you're in one room next door, videotaping and audio taping everything. They're in the other room living their life, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Danny knew that it was being recorded, correct?
Absolutely.
And Miss Simon did not, correct?
She did not.
Okay. And how long did that recording last?
Less than 24 hours. I think we had it. They stayed the evening there and they checked out the following day. So I don't know the exact number of hours that we had it, but it was less than 24.
So 10/7 to 10/8 maybe?
Approximately.
Or 10/8 to 10/9, whatever it was, somewhere in that time frame. Is that correct?
I would have to look at a report to verify that, but I don't know the exact date. No, sir.
The date's not important. The point is for that time period, it was pretty much around the clock surveillance, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he also gave you permission to tap his phone, correct?
That's correct. He did.
And how long did that last?
It was at least 30 days. I think we did one renewal, so it may have been for a 60-day period. But again, there was another agent that was handling the administrative aspects of that. I believe it was possibly 60 days.
Okay. Oh, and I'll ask, did you review the video and audio tape of the hotel room?
Just excerpts of that. Again, there were multiple facets to this investigation, and that's not something that I personally did, was review that particular video.
So you saw excerpts, but you didn't watch the whole thing?
That's correct.
I assume anything of any importance or what you deem relevant, you would look at, correct?
Not necessarily. The agent that was responsible, for that would have reviewed that and highlighted that.
And who was the agent that was responsible for that?
I believe that was Special Agent Solomon that had that responsibility.
All right. So Solomon was the one who was ahead of that particular
That's correct.
endeavor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And Danny's phone, who was the special agent in charge of that one? You or was that Agent Solomon as well?
The particular aspects, so both Agent Solomon and myself obtained the consent, from Mr. Youngkin to get the authorization to wiretap that phone. But the day-to-day monitoring of that phone was Special Agent Solomon's responsibility.
Okay, and that's fine. So Solomon basically watched the video and audio from the hotel room and reviewed the tap on the phone, correct?
That's correct. Again, not solely her responsibility. There were, multiple, people reviewing that, but primarily it fell on her shoulders.
Okay, and that's fine. So, but you did interview Danny on the 5th, maybe the 6th, but definitely the 7th, correct?
That's correct. And again, I had, in between those times, I had multiple telephone conversations with Danny as well.
And do you recall the conversation and the interview you had with Danny on October 5th?
You have to give me more clarification on that, sir.
Well, have you, in preparation for trial, have you reviewed that interview with him?
Which particular interview, sir?
The first interview you had with Mr. Youngkin.
I'm sure I have at some point.
Okay. And do you remember when he said there was nothing weird about her going to Arkwright Drive in that interview?
Not specifically, but again, she provided that information in the interview that I was present for, that she had been to Arkwright Drive 100 times or more.
Okay. Did he ever say that he had gone to Arkwright Drive?
I don't know that Danny had mentioned that to me, but we do know through the course of the investigation that Danny accompanied her. Either he was driving or the defendant was driving on the numerous occasions that they traveled to Arkwright Road.
Did he ever talk about going out there by himself?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Did he ever admit to going out there by himself, to the best of your knowledge? To you, at least.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, in that initial interview, do you remember him saying that he was awake when she got back from Arkwright?
Yeah, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds to any, I mean, I'm glad if he's alive, any further questions about what Danny did or didn't say. He's testified at this point.
Your Honor, it's not hearsay. He's already testified, okay? This is the agent that conducted the interview. I have the absolute right on cross-examination to talk about the inconsistencies in Danny Youngkin's statements to him versus what he testified here in court. So whatever issue he has, it's not hearsay, number one. Danny's already testified to this. Number two, the agent has the right to testify as to his recollection. If he doesn't recollect it, great, we move on. But if he does, it's a proper cross-examination question, Judge.
Mr. Dean.
I just don't think that's a proper reading of the current rules of evidence that have been in place for the last 10 years or so. If there was something that Mr. Youngkin was confronted with while he was up there and given a chance to confirm, deny, explain, then it would be a proper subject for testimony by another witness. But if not, you can't just ask another witness what a witness who testified previously said just because they testified.
Before we go any further into the weeds in this argument, I'm going to allow you leeway to go ahead and ask these questions. I'm overruling the objection.
Thank you, Judge. So, Agent Snyder, do you remember Danny saying that he, at 3:30 when he got up to feed Sky, that Quinton was okay? And he saw him?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
Okay. Do you remember him saying at 5:30 that Quinton was okay?
I do recall Danny saying that on October the 5th. But on in the October the 5th interview, it was unfathomable to Danny, that something like this had taken place. So while Danny did on October 5th during that interview mention that he did indeed see Quinton, we further went down that path with Danny on multiple occasions, specifically October 7th, and he could not recall seeing Quinton as he walked out of that bed that morning. It was a rush that morning. He was late for work. The positioning of his bed.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm going to object. It's non-responsive to the question I asked, number one. He's basically giving a narrative to what was basically a yes or no question. I understand he's trained to do that, but it's still improper.
Mr. Dean.
The general proposition that the witness is allowed to finish his answer. Mr. Hilliard is one that's inviting all this testimony about out-of-court statements made by Daniel Youngkin. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, as nobody says anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Special Agent, you do speak in paragraphs. So, Mr. Hilliard, ask your question. Agent, answer the question.
Isn't it true on October 5th that Danny Youngkin stated that he had glanced in the crib at 5:30 and Quinton was okay?
That's what he said on October 5th.
Okay. Now, isn't it also true that he also said he was the one that texted the babysitter that the kids were staying home that day, correct? On October 5th.
Danny did state that on October the 5th.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the conversation where Danny got angry and said that he needed to drink?
Could you please restate that one, please, sir?
I will. Do you recall him stating that he's having a bad day, it feels weird, and that he drinks all the time and needed a drink to even himself out?
And what date was that, sir?
October 5th, I believe. If you don't remember it, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm going to ask, why is defense asking these questions?
Well,
No, Mr. Dean.
Mr. Hilliard monologize on his theory of the case in the presence of the jury.
Approach.
I'll do it if he will, Judge, I promise. If he'll refrain from doing it, I'll be glad to.
No, y'all approach the bench. The other attorneys come to you. Approach.
I'll do it if he will, Judge, I promise. If he'll refrain from doing it.
The other.
I've got feedback. I can't work out where it's coming from. I've got this, it's the stream echoing in my head. So I'm hearing myself twice. So perhaps if I stop this and start again. I reckon I've got it open somewhere else. Somewhere. Where am I hearing it from? It's driving me mental. Where am I hearing it All I can hear is this. I can't work out. Oh, I've got YouTube open somewhere, and it's playing it twice in my head. Maybe if I get out of here. I didn't know what's going on, lassie. I didn't know. No. Oh, what's that? Oh, there it is. Found it, I think. Mute you there. Now. No, that didn't work. Holy crap. Get out of that. Oh, Lord, won't you buy me a brain with some gray matter? I can't work Discord, and I can't work YouTube. I've got it open somewhere, and I just can't find it. I'm just going to have to listen to myself. Oh, fudge buckets. I can still hear myself. Silly, silly woman. Right, that's muted. Mm-mm. Okay, let me open up the feed again. And she's still making funny faces. Move you up there. No idea. Zip. Zilch. 0%. Share screen. No, there's nothing else open. The Fruit Loop. Nothing else open. Obviously, I am technically challenged. Obviously, I am. Yes, I heard you, Jody. I have no idea where it's coming from. None. But we're in a sidebar, obviously. I have no idea where it's coming from. None. But we're in a sidebar, obviously. She's still making funny faces. Oh, I should have screenshotted that one. I missed it. Let me get the snipping tool. Come on, do it again. Open your mouth. Say and go. Come on. I saw you do it. Yeah, that's one. Okay, hang on. That's funny. Bugger, I missed it. Let's go back that tiny little bit. Jay. Come on. Do it again. Do it again. Come on. Yeah. Do it again. Do it again. Come on. Did I miss it again? I swore she opened her mouth.
Okay.
You make funny faces. I'll have to do a funny face compilation. I swore she opened her mouth. Well, that's all she's pretty much done the whole trial, isn't it? I'm not liking this echo in my head, though. We need some elevator music. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, name that tune. What sitcom was that off?
Okay.
All right, Agent Schneider.
Now we've got no sound.
So let's go back to October.
What the?
Let's go back to October 7th meeting with Mr. Youngkin. Okay. October 7th meeting. Okay. So you set up, did the hotel and the wiretap, right? And then that all went into place that night or the next day, whatever it says
The
on
next day.
right, whatever it says on the paperwork is what
I
it
don't know,
is, right?
but it's annoying me.
And so
There is a possibility that I
did you
may have
conduct
done
any
that.
surveillance
Perhaps. But-
other than those two things?
I can't
The
stop it
parties?
or I will lose the
And
thing.
in what aspect, sir?
Well, I mean, we know that you had the audio and the video in the hotel room. We know that you had Mr. Youngkin's phone tapped. We know that you already pulled
Oh, you can hear it
all
too.
of the phone records at that point, correct? Did you ever pull any, and you may or may not have, I'm just asking, did you ever put any of the other family members under surveillance or anything like that?
We placed a pole camera, on a telephone pole outside the residence of the defendant.
Okay. And that's at 535 Buckhalter?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Right. How long was that there?
I couldn't tell you for sure, sir. It was, 30 days at the most.
Now, during the interview that we just saw with Miss Simon, you kept making statements to her. Some of those statements were true, but not all of those statements were true, were they?
You'd have to.
Point you to the inconsistent or
Exactly.
incorrect statements? Well, one of the things you said was that Paul says something entirely different than what you do. Okay.
Yes.
What was it that Paul said that was entirely different? I don't recall.
that better?
Yes, I think the clear piece there is Paul told the truth.
Well, that's your answer, but I asked you a specific question. What was the item of information that Paul said that Leilani didn't say?
Yeah, again, throughout the course of the investigation, Paul told the truth
Mm-hmm.
and the defendant didn't tell the truth.
Your Honor, that's a
Thanks, Dan.
non-responsive answer. Please instruct the witness to answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
Agent, if you would please listen to the question and as best you can answer the question.
You made a statement that Paul said something entirely different than Leilani Simon in the interview we just watched. What was that piece of information that was completely different?
Objection. Hearsay. And I can elaborate if the court would like me to.
You can elaborate.
Okay.
Did you understand?
Nope.
Steve? Sure.
Oh. Are you for shoes? I finally get it worked out and you go to sidebar. Sidebar. Her eyes.
Agent Snyder, isn't it a common interrogation technique to use half-truths or complete falsities in order to try and induce a defendant to make a statement to you?
That's correct. We do that through the course of our investigations.
And isn't it also an interrogation technique that you will try and put stress and strain on them along the way to try and induce them to make a statement to you?
That is a technique.
Okay. And stirring up those emotions and keeping them in emotional turmoil is a fairly common interrogation technique, is it not?
That can be a technique that's utilized, yes.
Okay. And is that the technique you employed here?
The video speaks for itself.
Okay. And so you're saying that was not the technique you employed here then?
Specifically, the technique used in this one was something we refer to as a SUE. That's the strategic use of evidence to get to the facts of the investigation.
Well, let's talk about that. You had multiple interviews with Ms. Simon, correct?
Multiple, yes, sir.
And I guess it's safe to say that many of them were similar to this one, correct?
They were, yes, sir.
Okay. And the one thing is through all of those interviews, she's never admitted to harming her child in any way, correct?
I wouldn't say that's 100% correct, no, sir.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Did she say that she shot her kid?
She did not, no, sir.
Did she say that she stabbed her kid?
She did not, no,
Did she
sir.
say that she strangled her kid?
No, sir, she did not.
Did she say that she beat her kid with a blunt object?
At no point in time did she say she committed a violent act.
Okay. So that was a consistent statement throughout all of the strategic use of evidence. She's never made that statement to you or anyone else, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the hotel camera. So you have the hotel camera. You say that Danny was aware of it. She was not. Did she ever make any statements to Danny in that hotel room like that?
Again, I didn't review 100% of that video, so I couldn't 100% answer that with accuracy.
All right, well, then let's back it up. Did Agent Solomon tell you it was a relevant portion for you to look at and send it to you?
I don't recall, no, sir.
Was that something you would normally recall if you got?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you didn't get it. It wasn't sent to you, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right. Same thing. You had tapped his phone for 60 days at least. And I assume you got all relevant text, phone calls, or intercepts from Leilani Simon to Danny Youngkin, correct?
We got every call that came into Danny Youngkin's phone, both incoming, outgoing calls.
Yeah.
Just
So
as
bring
your
them
phone
on.
would
Want to hear them?
obtain those calls, we received every call that came into Danny Youngkin's phone.
And did you review those calls, or were you told the relevant portions of those calls in text with the defendant?
I don't recall the exact number, but you can imagine in a 30 to 60 day period, there were hundreds of calls. So no, I did not review every call, but there were pertinent calls that we do have.
Okay. Any of those pertinent calls say, I harmed my child, or I did this to my child?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. And again, this is after 60 days of around-the-clock monitoring, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk to you about the interview that we just watched again, and what's a perk 30?
It's a opioid narcotic, commonly used following, minor to major surgeries as a painkiller.
Okay. It's like, when you say opiate, is it like Oxycontin or something like that? I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm asking you because you'll know more than I will. But what exactly would a common name be that we know it by?
I'm not exactly sure. I know it's a combination of like an acetaminophen, so a Tylenol-based drug, in conjunction, with an opioid, a fentanyl, type drug. So it's a lesser degree of a fentanyl, drug in the opioid classification.
All right. And I assume cocaine. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have any knowledge of what the effect of a perk 30 is on somebody if they take it? If you don't, that's fine.
No, I think the defendant explained that herself.
Okay. And what was that effect then?
Best I can recall from seeing the video that you watched was a drunken state, a loopy state. The specific pill that she took had a delayed reaction, she said. I couldn't explain past that.
And that's fine. You might not know. What about cocaine?
What she was doing in the perk, taking the Percocet, the cocaine, and marijuana, commonly referred to on the street, if you will, as speedballing. And those three drugs are what she admittedly was on that night.
Does cocaine put you to sleep, or is it more of a stimulant?
Again, I couldn't tell you, for sure, but it's my understanding that it affects people in different ways. Some individuals, it acts as a stimulant, and some individuals it does put to sleep.
All right. Well, based upon your experience and training, okay, what have you been trained that the effects of it are?
Again, as I disclosed in an interview, I'm not a narcotics agent, but I can tell you, what she said, what I've heard from other individuals, and that's all I can tell you.
Okay. And was I correct that, and I may have just misheard it, but on the interview that we just watched, did Miss Simon say that Missy had smoked weed or done drugs, something of that point? It's a very fleeting thing. I may have misheard it. I'm just asking you if you recall something like that.
I do recall that. That was about midway through this October the 12th interview, where I allowed her to continue to tell the same story that she had told over and over and over about the Oragel. And when we confronted her on that the first time, she tried to, say, well, the reason that she probably doesn't remember that is because she smokes crack. So defamation of character to a young lady who wasn't even involved in this entire process.
Again, Your Honor, I ask the witness to please answer the question and not proselytize. It's non-responsive.
I'm going to say two things. One, he's answering the question. I'm going to ask you not to go any further than you need to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Agent Schneider, with your investigation, I guess, of this case, you conducted interviews, you set up the landfill search, and you've been involved in it pretty much from the beginning, is that correct?
100%, yes, sir.
Okay. So when you said you only got the excerpts from the hotel and video, right? Of Danny and Leilani in the hotel? You were only given short pieces of video to watch, correct?
I've seen short clips of the video. That's correct. Yes, sir.
And were you given daily summaries of what happened or summaries of what happened for that entire time frame? I know you didn't monitor it.
There was probably a point in time, where the case team got together and we discussed, that particular CCTV footage. That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the only people that were in that hotel room, though, was Danny and Leilani, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
I don't believe Zane or Sky were there, and I don't believe anybody else was there, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Agent Solomon was the one who was in charge of that one, though, right?
That's correct.
Now, you also, I think that's all the questions I got, Judge. Just leave it right there.
Any redirect?
One moment, please.
Mhm.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So, shall this witness be released?
I'm thinking so, Judge, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You're excused. State may call its next witness.
Yeah, one other thing, I'll need a few moments too, Judge, if that's okay.
Okay. Is it enough for a break? A few moments.
I still haven't had my one.
Yes, let's let everybody have a minute. Y'all just stay right there. And we're gonna see where we are.
Oh, Lord.
Your Honor, I think we do need a little bit of a break to arrange some things.
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break. Please observe the court's instructions. You thinking about 15 minutes or so?
Yes, Your Honor. That should be.
Okay.
All
We're
right.
going to recess for 15.
There is no updates yet on the Melody Farris trial. They have resumed verdict watch again. So we're just waiting. Hopefully they have a verdict at some point today. But I am watching it and I will keep you updated. And if they do come back with a verdict, we'll be switching over. And play.
Simon is also with her counsel. All right, the jurors are out of the courtroom right now. I think there are probably a couple of
welcome.
matters that we need to take up. So who's going to go first?
I really
Mr.
like
Dean,
this drug.
let's start with you.
Drug. Judge.
Mr. Dean?
First thing is, Judge, I was not able to speak with the Westons. I don't know if they're here or not. I don't know if we're going to get to them today.
No, you won't.
But I did attempt. I didn't see them in the hallway. And that's a question for the state to deal with.
Oh, God, yeah.
I would like to speak with them before they testify. And that has not occurred yet. And that's the first issue. The
I am
second
keeping my
issue
eyes
is,
open.
we may have something else to deal with. We'll just have to wait and see if it happens or pops up. Mr. Dean brought 2 boxes of materials up here. While I suspect it's probably items that have already been introduced to evidence, what I also suspect is he has individual copies made with the jurors. I don't know if he's going to try and do that versus publishing them on the screen. We'll deal with that when we get to it. That's just my assumption. I don't know. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Mr. Dean? Go ahead.
We do have, Your Honor, an individual copy for each juror of State's Exhibit 77. I could bring one up for the court.
If you would.
Yeah, I can explain why we're doing it this way.
Oh, Al.
These are photographs of Quinton's remains as recovered from the landfill on November 18th. I intend to introduce these into evidence through the testimony of Special Agent Solomon. There was a moment earlier in the trial where I put some kind of blurry pictures of the remains as they appeared to Dr. Christensen at the lab up on the screen. I didn't need to do that. Well, I meant to do it, but I forgot that I intended not to. In any case, those pictures were kind of blurry and difficult to make out. These are higher quality and a little more graphic, and I just I don't want to put these on a screen. So, we choose the manner in which we publish individual exhibits to the jury, and the way that we've chosen to do this is make an individual binder for each juror, so that we don't have to display Quinton's remains on a TV screen. So I don't know that sounds like maybe there's an objection to that practice, that procedure coming. I don't know if it's been
Well, let me just
raised
ask,
yet.
for court's information. So I see the photographs. Would these photographs show on the screen, or can you do that digitally? I know the first few that you showed with the earlier witness were a little on the blurry side. That's one question. I guess the other is, when you publish, you want to, when you ask to admit these and when you publish, you want to give them a book.
That's right. Once the witness has identified and authenticated the exhibit and it's been introduced into evidence, I would then distribute a copy to each juror and then ask the witness a couple questions about them and then give them a few moments to peruse the rest of them themselves. I do not have those images in my digital trial exhibits folder, specifically because of the way I had intended to do this.
Okay. Mr. Hilliard?
Well, we do object to it. I understand the concern about putting it on the TV screen, but my concern is about handing the individual binder as well. I mean, like Mr. Dean said, they're graphic pictures. They're also cumulative as other exhibits that have already come in. So my opinion is, after seeing this is the first time I've ever made this objection, so I don't do it lightly. I just think it's meant to inflame the jury. I think it's meant to inflame the passions of the jury. And Mr. Dean is correct, 9 times out of 10, he gets the manner and methods I wish
That's why I've done it this way. Now, it seems like the objection, I cannot, and nobody can, probably not even the forensic anthropologist, go through here and say which ones of the bones in these photographs were determined later at the lab to be human versus non-human and call them out here, because that's a determination that wasn't made until the bones were at the lab and each assigned their individual number. So if I were to hand that binder to Dr. Christensen, she could say, 28 TAC 1, I identified as not of human origin, but I didn't take these pictures. I can't tell you which one of these pictures 28 TAC 1 ended up being. So the only way to do this, and what we're trying to do here, is introduce this as an exhibit that represents all of the material that was collected and packaged on November 18 as suspected human remains and sent to Quantico for analysis. Beyond that, that is, I understand why the court has asked me to do that, but that is just simply not something that can be done with this exhibit, because it's a determination that wasn't done until later by the witness that we've already heard from.
The non-human versus human.
Right. I mean, the whole point.
And I understand that.
So I can do it. I mean, I guess here's what I would propose. The exhibit marked as authenticated by the clerk or authenticated by the witness and introduced into evidence. So now we have one binder of evidence. And then of that, I would publish 3 images. 3 images. And the way I can do it is I have them on my computer now. I could pull up 3 images digitally that are in that binder and have the witness talk about those 3 and what they appear to her to be. And what I'm doing here is just the ones that are most obviously human.
This
It's collectible, but something like 70 photos.
Okay, so your concern is that the images, when shown on the video, that they're not shown.
Right, at least not broadcast for
That's
that,
fine.
for that particular portion.
I don't have a
they
problem
can,
with that, Mr. Dean.
I would support that here.
Okay,
so I think that resolves the issue as to these exhibits.
all right, very well. Please bring in the jury.
Thank you.
Williams, please have instructions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There goes that song again. Okay, all right, Mr. Dean.
Savannah Solomon.
The evidence you check in the court and the jury and the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, good afternoon.
All right, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hey, my name is Special Agent Savannah Solomon with the FBI.
And what office are you with?
I'm with the Savannah Resident Agency out of the Atlanta Division
How long have you been an FBI special agent?
for 6 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background before joining the FBI?
I attended Georgia Tech, where I majored in economics, international affairs, and French, and went straight to Tulane for my master's in business administration and finance and entrepreneurship. Following graduation, I joined the FBI as an analyst, where I worked in Charlotte and the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force Fusion Center in Washington, D.C., before becoming an agent for 8 years.
Okay, so after working in Charlotte as an analyst, you went to the academy, I guess?
I went to Washington, D.C. at our headquarters for 3 years and then the academy.
Okay, and is Savannah, where you've been, Savannah, Georgia, I should say, where you've been the entire time as a full-fledged special agent?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you work closely with Brad Snyder?
I do.
I want to ask you about your involvement in the case. Did you become involved on day 1 on October 5th?
I did.
And did you go to Chatham County Police Department headquarters and participate in an interview or some interviews?
I did.
What detective were you paired up with?
Detective Nobles.
And whom did you interview that day of the 3 that we've been talking about?
Daniel Youngkin.
Okay. Can you tell us about his level of cooperation in the day 1 interviews?
He was forthcoming in regards to items about Quinton. He minimized on drug use and was defensive of Leilani.
What do you mean by defensive about Leilani?
He believed anything that she had told him that day and was told us he believed it was true.
Okay. So he didn't want to believe that she had done anything, basically.
Correct.
Can you tell us about his demeanor and tone in the interviews and his willingness to answer questions?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for opinion.
You're asking about the demeanor that she observed?
Mhm.
I'm gonna.
I interviewed him twice that day, once around 1:30 in the afternoon and once around 11 p.m. So it was a long day. He was willing to answer questions. I'd say by 11 was pretty tired of any line of questioning.
Okay. After your, well, let me ask you this. At some point that day, did you go to the residence at 535 Buckhalter Road?
I did.
And where did that fit into your involvement at Chatham County Police Department headquarters that you've been talking about?
After my first interview of Danny, the group kind of reconvened on what had happened in the different interviews. And because there was no need to continue talking at that point, Taylor, Burns, and I drove to the Buckhalter Road residence to assist with the search.
Now, were you present when Chatham County Police Department forensics were photographing the residents and various outbuildings and things?
I was.
And did you go in the garage yourself?
I did.
I'd like to display an image from State's Exhibit 10. It's image 109 in State's Exhibit 10. And let me see whether I can get the screen to cooperate here. All right. See that up on the screen?
I do.
What is that red thing? First of all, what room or building are we in at that house right now?
This is the garage outbuilding beyond, like separate from the house and the pool area.
What is that red thing towards the bottom center of the picture?
That's a Mickey Mouse race car driver toy.
Is it like a stuffy kind of thing?
It is.
Okay. Can you describe how that thing looked to you that day?
As you can see, it's just kind of thrown in a garage with a bunch of tools and covered in cobwebs, and looks like it's been there for a minute.
Was this significant to you at the time?
It was.
And why is that?
Because Leilani had reported Quinton missing with his favorite toy, a Mickey Mouse toy.
And is that something that anybody else mentioned to you, him having a favorite toy, Mickey Mouse toy?
No. No one knew about a Mickey Mouse toy when I asked them about it.
Let me show you a video clip. At some point, did you have an exchange with the defendant while she was between interviews?
I did.
And can you tell us what was going on at that point? Like, where were you and where was she?
During the resident search, after it had gotten into nighttime, I was called back to Chatham County Police because they needed more people to escort the three individuals that were still there. So at that point, I was just sitting in the hallway with eyes on the different doors, and she was sitting in an interview room.
At some point, did she open up to you about some of her behavioral issues or anger issues?
She did.
I'm going to play for you a clip from State's Exhibit 13. It's the file bearing the file name Interview Room 2126 to 2229.
Need anything? Before we sit down for a little bit longer?
Yeah, okay.
All right. Thank you so much for being patient with us. There's a lot of things we're trying to work through and figure out. So, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Did I do well?
Yeah, I appreciate you.
As much detail as I could. I was being like, this is who.
A lot of good detail in here.
Pardon me, this is the wrong clip. I'm looking for Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
There are days that I wake up or days that something so little just might happen. And it's like a trigger. And it's not. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you, everything, even my tone of voice. You feel that happening? You know? Where it's like, when it happens, I finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment that it's like a switch. Yeah. I don't even realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and treated you like that for no reason. And then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know why I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like the slowly transition or whatever. It's it's because I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I got a good day overall, and then something like sugar, it's slower. Okay. I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions, like everything, I can feel the difference. But when it happens, like a day like today with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, that's just not.
So that was day one of the investigation, right?
Correct.
On that day, was there a point where you spent some time alone with the defendant in a setting that wasn't recorded?
Yes, at some point around that time period of that video clip.
Did it have something to do with a cigarette or something like that?
She needed a smoke break outside, so I walked out with her.
At some point during that interaction, or maybe it was another one that day, did she say something to you about getting a tattoo?
Yes, she showed me her Hawaiian symbol tattoo about the waves going up and down and said that she wanted to get a tattoo in honor of Quinton along with it.
And this was on October 5?
It was.
She was talking about getting a tattoo of it.
In honor of him, yes.
Okay. At this point in time, was she still kind of representing the story that Quinton had been abducted?
Yes.
Was anybody yet talking about Quinton being dead?
We suspected it within the investigative team, but it had not been discussed outside of the investigative team.
I'd like to ask you a couple questions about your involvement over the following days. Did you follow up in reference to Danny's workplace?
I did.
Can you describe that follow-up, please, without talking about what anybody said to you, but what did y'all go out there to do?
Detective Noble and I met with Danny and Leilani's supervisor and spoke with him. He put us in touch with the corporate security who had video footage from the plant or the warehouse.
And did they turn footage around to you?
They did.
Why was it important to you to go out and talk to Danny's boss and to get video footage of what he looked like when he was leaving work?
We were doing our best to corroborate every single statement that had been made to us in the previous 24 hours, to include how and when Danny learned that Quinton was missing.
How he reacted?
Correct.
Who? This witness or the defendant?
I'd like to draw your attention to the defendant's October 8th interview with Bridget Rock at the FBI office in Savannah.
Okay.
I want to hear these
Are
phone
you
recordings.
present for that?
I'm teasing us.
Not in the interview room, but I was in the office observing.
How did you
Absolutely.
observe this?
She's testified on a couple of different times that her mother was a known addict, and apparently Leilani had to rescue her from the gutter, ODing a number of times. So if it's not fetal alcohol, it'll be some kind of abuse. Yeah. I'm sure that her mother would have been a user while she was pregnant, no doubt. Yeah. Yep. And by the sounds of it, it was heavy stuff. Like, it wasn't just Mary Jane.
That interview?
Closed circuit television through the office.
Okay. So did you watch it as it was occurring?
Yeah.
I
A bit of both,
watched,
I think.
much of it as it was
A bit of both.
occurring. I was also watching Danny in a simultaneous interview.
Did you observe any unusual behavior by the defendant on that day with reference to Bridget Brock's?
Sorry, I've been jumping backwards and forwards trying to keep an eye on what's happening at the verdict watch. So if I'm distracted, that's why.
Belongings or equipment or anything?
I did. Agent Brock had stepped out of the room, but the cameras were still rolling, and the defendant walked up to Miss Brock's computer system and unplugged it. And when it made a noise, she plugged it back in and sat back down.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Sorry, that was after looking at the cameras and down the hallway.
Was there something about Bridget Brock's notes as well that had been left on the desk?
Not that I observed.
Okay. That evening, October 8th, that was the hotel surveillance operation.
It was.
And how many nights did that go on for? Was it one? Two?
One night.
Okay, just the one night. Were you involved in proposing that idea to Daniel Youngkin?
Yes,
And that would have been like the day before on the 7th?
it was.
Okay. Tell us about his reaction to that proposal.
The day he came to us, he was pretty broken in a lot of ways. He was still trying to figure out what he believed had happened. He was worried about his child, and was beginning to have conflicts between believing Leilani less, but also his loyalties to her, and was working through that. So when we got to the point of talking through a lot of his concerns there, he was willing, and actually was the one who said, are you going to want to wire up the hotel room? And we said, only with your permission. We wouldn't do that without your permission. So
Are you saying he guessed? I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
we had it.
Were y'all planning to ask him that?
We were planning to ask him that. So we were going down that road, but he was the first one to address wiring the room.
Okay, so he's the one who brought it up, even though you were about to?
Right.
Okay. Can you discuss briefly just the logistics of setting this up and then the monitoring plan that was put into place?
We had 2 adjacent hotel rooms at a nearby hotel, and our tech team worked their magic and used their special techniques to put audio and video monitoring equipment in the one room, and the live monitoring occurred right next door. So as we were in the next door room, we were observing via video feed and audio what was happening right next to us.
Can you, were you involved in monitoring it yourself?
I was there the entire time that they were awake.
Okay.
Yes,
And so if you had the opportunity to see all their interactions.
I did.
Can you just sort of, I understand we're talking about like a whole night, but can you kind of summarize the nature of their interactions?
They were emotional, sometimes combative. They were never on the same page with what was going on with Quinton with the investigation. They took breaks to just go get a cigarette or go get a drink and kind of come back.
Was he asking her about?
Have you seen like the start of this trial? Like, have you watched it from the start? Or have you just like started watching it from this part? Or have you seen it previously because it was run during Sarah Boone, which is why I'm running it now. Because I have a lot of opinions about this defendant.
About the truthfulness or lack thereof of the Origel story?
Repeatedly.
And what was she saying in response to those inquiries?
She doubled down on the Origel
Anna,
and
not Anya.
brought up her alibi.
I know you've watched
it. Miss D.
Is it fair to say that she was telling Danny the same lie that she was telling you?
Objection, Your Honor, leading questions.
Yes, the leading question is a question that calls for a particular answer. It's a yes or no question.
He is correct. You can go ahead with your question.
Is it fair to say that she was telling Danny the same lie that she was telling the police?
Yes.
Actually, that was.
She was telling Danny the same story. She was, sorry.
Mr. Dean, you can proceed.
I'll just withdraw the questions.
Yes.
Is there anything that occurred during this full evening and night of hotel recordings that
Jason,
should,
Your Honor, it's a narrative question. Open-ended and broad.
I don't know how one could possibly object to a question that hasn't been
Yep.
finished, first of all, and I can assure you it does not call for a narrative response.
I've been here for over a week, Judge.
And- Be careful with the microphones for Ms. Natalie.
It's an open-ended question, Judge. It doesn't ask for a specific answer unless the witness testifies to what they want to testify. That's exactly what a narrative question is, and that's improper.
I'm gonna overrule and allow Mr. Dean to ask this question.
Is there anything that occurred during the hotel surveillance operation that suggested to you that Danny knew more than he was letting on?
No.
Anything along those lines?
No.
I'd like to play a couple of clips from these recordings that have already been admitted into evidence and ask you a couple questions about them, okay?
Okay.
This is from State's Exhibit 32, the file beginning with 1941.
Question. Do you mind? Are you gonna get ahead? I'm asking you a question before I ask you this question. No, because
Hello, Miss Helen. Welcome back. Yes, I owed Tanya your membership fee because she gifted 5 memberships, and one of them went to you, and I owed you one for winning the trivia night. So I shall be refunding Tanya for your membership, but that's awesome. Congrats.
I need to know, are you gonna get angry?
Oh, that's loud.
Why did you lie to me about the order?
I didn't. I did not like you about the work.
So you went and met Miss.
Yes, and I drove in and I drove out. And they tried to say that again. I asked them to show me a picture of Missy or whatever. Did y'all speak to my folks lady? Did you speak to her? Did you
Okay.
speak to her husband? Is what I wanted to know. You know?
I want to know how to actually nominate. Like, I want to be able to. Oh, that's a great pause. I want to be able to pick someone, like one of the subscribers, to gift a membership to. And I don't know how to do it. Surely, I should be able to do that. I can't even get into my memberships to even buy one, let alone gift any, which is a bit silly. She is terrifying. Yes, I've been I've been screenshotting some of her facial expressions. I'll do up a no, but if you gift a membership, and there's someone in chat that doesn't have one, I think it goes to them. Well, I thought it went to them first, but that's who I'm trying to get one for. That's who I want to. That's who I want to gift one to, but I can't. Yeah, and I thought because she was in chat, normally it's the people in chat that get the gifts first, and it didn't. So, yeah, bugger. You're right on the same page as me, Tricia. Yeah. But I can't even purchase one for myself. Like, Like, I can't even buy a gifted one. Gift one. Oh, you know what I mean.
And they said, her husband, why didn't you speak to her?
I think I need another coffee.
1942-18.
Yeah.
The timestamp. What was that claim that the defendant
Yeah.
just made about what the FBI had told her as to whom they had interviewed in reference to the Misty story? What did she say there?
She stated we had not spoken to the person she referenced as Misty, but we had spoken to that person's husband.
She said that y'all told her that.
Correct.
Okay. And this is on the night of the 8th, right?
Correct.
You said you were there for.
I don't have the option at all, apparently. Tanya gifted 5 memberships early on in the stream, and Miss Mandy gifted 5 as well, and they just randomly go to whoever, apparently. Need to be on the website, not app or YouTube. What website? Please explain. Which website am I supposed to be on? You mean YouTube Studio? I know. And she was on when the 5 memberships were gifted. That's why I was surprised that they went to other people. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. That might be the problem. Okay. Maybe. Bugger. Okay. Okay, Jan. I'll have a go, but I'll have to do it when I'm not streaming.
Observing Bridget Brock's interview of the defendant earlier on this day, right?
Yes.
And anybody from the FBI told her anything like that?
No.
There's another one. Mm-hmm.
I'm opening up the clip on the same exhibit.
Yeah.
File name that begins 2029. And I'm going to start the playback at
Yeah.
2033.
I've done that, and it doesn't even allow me to get into the memberships. It only shows me on my computer and on my phone. Super chats and super stickers will not show me memberships at all. Yeah, I know. I hear you. Yeah. She's a piece of work. Let's put it that way. Oh, yes, I should. And I'll put all these faces. All right. Leave that one with me.
And you went and met Misty.
Went and met Missy, got orange, y'all.
And you said they told her?
I think so, yes.
What did she say?
And she confirmed it.
She confirmed
I'm
it?
pretty sure, yes. It's not like they sat there and told me what was said.
Oh, but they.
They said that they spoke to Missy and they didn't touch me no more about the orange.
Oh, okay.
What we just heard
There has to
there
be
is
Origel in the song.
accurate characterization of the defendant's interactions with Bridget Brock during that interview earlier that day.
No.
Sometime shortly after this, October 8th, hotel room monitoring thing, is that when the phone wire operation started?
It started on October 9th.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, this is on.
Was Danny cooperative
I'm
with
in
that?
Chrome.
Yes, he and his
On my
mother gave
computer.
consent for us to monitor his cell phone.
Were you involved in the monitoring of that wiretap moving forward in time?
I was.
Were you like the point person for it?
I was. I reviewed it every day.
Right, now play it.
I want to move forward to the October 12th interview. We've heard testimony from Special Agent Snyder about this. I just want to ask you about a couple of things. Was there a point, what was the main point of bringing her in? Were you bringing her in to notify her of anything in particular that day on October 12th?
That was the day that we provided the death notifications and notifications of landfill search to the family members.
And at what point in that day or that interview did you notify the defendant of that?
We never actually said that Quinton was dead with her. It was understood. So maybe halfway through the time, we made it clear, but we never said the word dead.
At some point during that interview, did you tell her something to the effect of, we're about to start searching that landfill and we're 98% sure we're going to find Quinton in it?
I was very confident we were going to find Quinton in the landfill when I spoke to her, yes.
Did you tell her that?
Yes.
How did she react to that?
She said he wasn't in the bag, but it was hard to characterize. It wasn't shock, which is the most surprising thing of it.
Did you inform her mother, the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, of the same thing at some point that day?
About an hour later,
Yeah, was that after the defendant's interview had concluded?
it was.
Where were you when you informed the defendant's mother of that?
Brad and our victim specialist and I went to the Buckhalter Road residence and informed her in her living room.
And how did she react when you told her that?
I told her in order. I told her I was going to tell her 3 things, and when she was done processing one, we would move to the next. So the first thing I told her was that Quinton had died. And she showed anguish. When she was ready to hear the next thing, I told her that we were going to find him in the landfill and that we would be announcing that search was commencing. And she pulled back from me and she said, "My baby is in the trash." And
On her hearsay, she knows that.
Sustained.
I'm sorry,
Sustained,
may I respond, please, Your Honor?
please.
Did the witnesses describing Billy Joe Howell asking you a question? It can't be a statement offered for the truth, it's a reaction.
She can offer a reaction. But the question, well, what she stated was what she said, what Billy Joe said.
When you, I understood, Your Honor.
Yes.
When you said that to Billy Joe Howell, that you believed him to be in the landfill, and that you were gonna find him in the landfill, did she make any statements of fact to you in response to that?
no,
How did she react?
shock, horror, disbelief, anguish that there were 4 other people that we then notified
Thank
that were at the
you.
house. And it was a picture of 5 different versions of anguish.
We did it.
And was there a contrast there in how those people reacted and how the defendant had reacted earlier that day when you told her?
Yes.
Now, what was your, I want to ask you some questions about October 24th.
Okay.
Okay, but first I'd just like to ask
I want you to get to the phone
what's your
chat.
typical day like between October 12th and October 24th? What did that look like for you?
Landfill operations commenced a few days following the 12th. So as those were going, I would get to the landfill for the sunrise brief to try to represent the case team and give some sort of morale or update motivation. I would go back to the office and review Danny's calls and texts from the previous day and attend to any investigative or administrative work that needed to be done. We were continuously following leads from the public and additional investigative avenues to make sure that we didn't close any doors too soon. And then Taylor and I would drive to the landfill to meet the team as they were wrapping up ahead of their lunch break so we could check boots, give updates, check on the status of everything and kind of go in with everybody and then back to the office.
Now, moving to October 24th, on this day, did the defendant make any recorded statements to anybody other than law enforcement?
Yeah, she was on the local news.
And did you watch that news interview?
I did.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 71.
I do.
All right. Your Honor, this is a certified copy of the defendant's October 24th news interview with WTSC. It's supported by the testing certificate. I would move this in state 71 at this time.
Objection. Without objection.
Now, do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 72?
I do.
Now, do you know what that is? You need to pull it out of the envelope to see or what?
It's labeled WTOC interview redacted.
Okay. How does that exhibit differ from the one we just introduced?
This one is titled, Exhibit 71 is titled WTOC interview.
Okay. But I mean, what is
Oh.
72 in relation to 71?
72 is what was shown on the news.
Okay.
And the 71 is the unredacted footage from WTOC.
Okay. And so 72 is,
What was shown on the news from WTOC
okay.
of the news article.
72, is that like just the portions from the WTSC broadcast stitched together to show only the defendant talking?
Yes,
And like not the anchors and reporters and so forth?
yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I can introduce State's Exhibit 72.
Any objection?
No objection.
What did she say? She doesn't look very happy today, does she?
Now, what are we going to hear the defendant say in this video? To the extent you remember.
That she didn't know where Quinton was and hoped he would be found, but if she had had anything to take responsibility for, that she would.
And with that, I'll publish it, Your Honor.
So that's her mother beside her.
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quinton?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, just started screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I am not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station. And I will walk with her. All we want is justice for Quinton Simon. That's it. We want justice for Quinton.
Whatever cost it is. We don't care the cost.
We want answers just like everybody else does. At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want to pull.
Not a tear in sight.
Filmed and aired on October 24th, right?
Yes.
Had you been in contact with her via telephone during the investigation?
They're probably
With both
staged.
Leilani and Billy, yes.
Can you tell us how
They're
you
probably
came
just
to
clear
be
glass.
in phone contact with the defendant?
On one of the days the team was at the residence, I
Uh-huh.
walked out to give a backpack to her brother because it had medication in it. And during that conversation, the defendant offered me her phone number.
So from that point forward, you're able to call and text with her, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. This same day, October 24th, that she does this interview where she says, we don't know what happened, we just want answers and justice, and if he's alive, we want home. Did she send you a text message saying something different from that?
She did.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 73?
I do.
Can you tell us, is that a portion of your text message traffic with the defendant?
It is.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict
This
at
this
least this portion?
state attorney is just blowing my mind with his organizational skills. Like my OCD is just like in heaven.
The messages that the two of you exchanged?
It does.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State 73. Let me look at it.
Surely you've seen this before, sir.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 73 is admitted without objection.
All right.
Permission to publish?
On the first page, do you with me?
I am.
Okay. Do you see that last entry at the bottom there?
I do.
Is this an incoming text that you received from the defendant or an outgoing text that you sent?
It is an incoming text that I received.
And what is the
That's
date and
correct.
time of
True.
this text?
Yep.
October
Mhm.
24th, 2022 at 5:45 p.m.
So that would have been right about the time that this interview was airing on the evening news, I guess.
Probably, yes.
Okay. What did she message you at that time?
Do you want me to read it?
Yes.
I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that. He was the one who left, and my phone was in the car from my previous trip, and his was on the charger. I was already smoking a blunt on the porch, and when I got done, Danny was already laying in bed. All the lights were off, and I glanced at the kids as I was getting in the bed to go to sleep. That is why he took off. I'm innocent of this. He was the last one to see Quinton. He is
You
that
little
texted the
Ugh.
babysitter, and he was that wasn't in bed when I woke for just a moment, and it was still dark. And he was the one who the only set of keys to my car the morning of my son's disappearance.
Now, did you later bring her in for an interview to memorialize that statement?
I did.
Formal interview. And when was that conducted?
October 31st
Where was it conducted?
at the FBI office.
What was your approach in this interview?
We really just wanted to have, it was a new story. And so we wanted to make sure that we had correctly captured what she was presenting to us. So it was, we asked her to talk about what she had provided in the text and to just give the context and the complete story of that.
And did she essentially repeat to you what she had said in the text message?
More or less over the course of longer.
During this
do it.
interview, we've seen some interviews to this point where she's sort of being challenged on things and has a certain reaction to that.
Mm-hmm.
During this interview, were you challenging her or pushing back, or were you more just letting her talk?
No, the goal was to just let her talk and get her whole story.
And what was her demeanor like in this interview?
She was affable. We were laughing, the three of us, Detective Lemons and I and Leilani. She was open, calm.
Now, did you, on this same day that interview was conducted, did you all collect DNA samples from the defendant and her mother?
We did.
Can you tell me about the process for doing that? Who did it and what was done?
Buckle swabs.
Usually we let them do it themselves when they're consenting. Basically, you have a giant Q-tip and you scrape the inside of the cheek to get some cheek cells, and you place it in a plastic baggie and seal it up in front of everybody.
All right, and is it marked with the name of the person who it came from?
It is.
Did you log those into evidence at the Savannah FBI office?
I did.
One item for the defendant's DNA sample and one for the mother's?
That's correct.
All right, were you involved in having those sent to the
That's
FBI
nice.
lab in Quantico at some point?
Yes, I directed them to be FedExed to the lab.
And did that happen?
It did.
When did that happen in relation to November 18, the day that the remains were discovered?
We sent the DNA up on or around November 1st, just so it would be on ready for the lab.
Okay. Now, we've talked a little bit about the phone monitoring operation. And I think you said you were the one who was doing that on a day-to-day basis.
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 74?
I do.
Do you know what that disc is?
These are select recordings from Danny's wire.
Did they fairly and accurately capture a couple of the conversations that they had during this investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State 72.
Objection.
Department 74.
74.
And I would ask to publish just a couple portions of this. There are two files on this disk. The first one is a call with the date 10/30/2022 in the subject line. When would that call have been made?
This would have been the night before that Halloween interview would have been made on October 30th.
And I'm going to open that file up and play starting at 9:50.
Been getting up every day, 7 or 8 in the morning, is what happens, I guess, with sober in the morning. I wake up early, I go to bed at a decent time, I get up in the morning and make breakfast for everybody, and I clean the house, and I'm a completely different person. I didn't notice. I take care of the house. And I clean, I do dishes.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've done that.
Yeah, no, I do. I actually cook dinner. I do the things you deserve for me to do. I'm sorry. I will never touch cook or cooking when you're making. I become angry and impulsive when I'm on it.
I stopped the playback at 11:05. What was it we heard her say there about the effect of cocaine on her?
That it makes her angry and impulsive.
The next file on this disk has the date 10/31/2022 in the file name. When would that call have been made?
The evening of October 31st, 2022.
Is that the same day of the interview in which she was putting it on Danny?
It is.
I'm going to play here from 27:02. We'll go 27:03.
So what did you do when you went out after I fell asleep?
All I did was wait for long. I got my work done.
All right, what was that exchange there that we heard?
Danny asked Leilani again what she had done after he had gone asleep the night that Quinton disappeared. And she said that she had done a line and went out to get the Orajel.
Now, did that conflict in any way with what she had just told you in the October 31st interview?
It did.
In what manner?
She said that she didn't go get Orajel and during the interview. And that Danny had been the one driving the car.
Now, at some point, well, you were at the residence on October 5th at some point, right?
I was.
It was the pack and play that Quinton was said to have been sleeping in, and the pillowcase in the pack and play, was that taken into evidence?
That day it was, yes.
What agency initially took it into evidence?
The Chatham County Police Department.
And was the pillow and pillowcase at some point turned over to you from the Chatham County Police Department?
It was.
Who gave it to you?
Detective Lemons.
And what did you do with it?
I prepared it to be FedExed to the lab for analysis.
In Quantico?
The FBI lab, yes, in Quantico.
And did that happen? Was it FedEx to the lab?
It was.
Okay. Now I'd like to ask you about November 18. Okay.
Okay.
Were you involved in the coordination and supervision of the landfill search throughout?
Yes, I staffed all of the volunteers from Savannah and Brunswick. And as I mentioned earlier, I was present at least twice a day. If I didn't have administrative or investigative work on a given day, I was dressed out searching.
Now, we've heard some testimony to this point that suspected human remains were found there that day after some period of unsuccessful searching. Were you there at the outset of that discovery that day?
I was at the United States Attorney's Office facilitating an interview, and Brad called me and said that a skull had been found. And I immediately left the meeting at the U.S. Attorney's Office and quickly got to the landfill and was there for the rest of the day and the additional findings.
Can you describe what was going on when you got there? What was the scene like at the landfill?
Somber, but everyone was looking very, very carefully. We knew we were looking for small pieces of a small child. And fortunately, the skull is more recognizable. And so we had believed that if we found one piece, all other pieces that we would find would be within 6 feet of the trash as it was compacted. So we knew that that was our day when we found him at the beginning of the day. And so we were, as you can imagine, there are a lot of bones in a landfill. And so we had to sort through chicken wings and T-bones and all of that to find what appeared to be human and separate those out. And that was throughout the day.
What do you remember about the period of time that passed from the first apparent item, of human remains being found and you getting that call from Brad to when you'll kind of stopped identifying suspected human remains that day? How long did that process of discovery take?
It took, I would estimate, around 5 to 6 hours. We finished the search from where the skull had been found, laid out more trash and searched that and broke for lunch. That search section had been pushed over during lunch, but then we realized that there were more likely bones within it that appeared to be human. And so I asked them to pull the deck back, meaning the trash they pushed aside that we'd been through, they were able to pull it back with the bulldozer, and we researched that. And so after that, we did one more deck, maybe two, without finding anything, and that was the end of the day.
What do you mean by one more deck? Maybe two? What is that?
So the landfill had laid out a large open space that was flat. And we knew the pretty specific area where we expected to find Quinton, but trash as far as Statesboro was coming to our landfill. And so you imagine it compacted very quickly. So we had to dig through the compacted trash, pull out a reasonable amount to search at a time in a safe place. We had safety officers out because there's a lot that can cut you. We didn't have an issue with noxious fumes, but that was also a concern. So we pull that out. The safety officers would look through the deck and make sure that the search team was cleared to go forward. And then we had these rakes, and you would rake through every little piece and open trash bags that were still open and work your way until you had discarded all of the trash behind you, and the group kind of converged in a circle and turned in the bones that we had collected or the items of interest that we weren't quite sure, just needed someone else to look at. Most of us carried a bag taped to ourselves so we could just drop the bones in and keep going when there was something like a skull, or on this day, a swath of skin or pieces that needed immediate attention. We would call someone forward. Since I was not a searcher that day, I would go onto the deck to get pieces to bring back to the evidence tent.
How far apart on the search day were pieces of Quinton found from one another?
That's kind of hard to describe because he was strewn because he'd been strewn when he was compacted into his place of rest at the time, and then the bulldozer dug up chunks and laid out the deck, and then we spread them out. And so he was found across 2 or 3 decks, and the decks were, half a football field. So many searchers found different pieces of him, yes.
So if you do the math, 3 different decks, each of which is maybe a half of a football field, talking about like 1.5 football field.
Oh,
area
good
of
math.
which pieces of Quinton were found.
Once he was spread out, or once the decks were spread out, yes.
Disgusting.
Do
Yeah.
you see in front of you a binder marked as State's Exhibit? You see in front of you a binder?
I do.
Is it marked as a State's Exhibit?
It is. It's marked
What's
as
the number?
77.
Could you take a look through that and tell me if you recognize it? What's in there?
I do.
What are you looking at there?
I'm looking at evidence photos of human remains.
And for those the pieces of Quinton that you were talking about being found that day,
They are.
where were these photographed before they were transported to the lab at Quantico?
They were.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the suspected remains of Quinton Simon as you viewed them that day?
They do.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 77.
Subject to the publishing and I guess rules.
This is what they were arguing about before outside the presence of the jury.
Yeah, 77 years admitted.
Thank you. I'd like to publish just a few. First of all, there's like 60-some pictures in there, right? I'd like to publish just a few of them and ask you a couple questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Can you flip to the first page in that binder?
Yes.
Is this it up on the screen here?
It is.
What does that appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
It is the top half of a skull.
Sorry.
That's it.
Can you flip to the second image in this binder?
Yes.
What does this appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
When we found this and brought it to the tent, we weren't sure when we saw it from here. What I know now and can see is it is a severed foot cut from the ankle, looking from the inside of the ankle down.
Can you see the ankle bones in this image, just to orient us?
Yes, to orient, this is the ankle bone where it was cut, and then you see almost a left toenail. And you can start seeing the shape of the foot from there.
Turning to the next page in the binder.
Yes.
What is this?
That is the same foot flipped over so you can clearly see the skin of the foot. This is his heel. And then you shake down to the tips of the toe bones through the 5. We had a huge poster of Quinton after bath time, dressed and barefooted on the top of the landfill to remember what we were looking for. And so we had been looking at his foot and his forehead for 5 weeks, and that is what we found. That is his foot.
And finally, the fourth image in the binder.
Yes.
What do you believe this to be?
I believe that it is a swath of skin going from the length of a body, of a toddler's body. So the shoulders come through the back and then down one leg. This was a piece that Officer Zerke passed to Kim Johnson, who passed to me as we carried out with tongs, because at the time it was hard to recognize, but we knew it stood out from everything else we had seen in the landfill.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about getting Quinton up to the FBI lab in Quantico. Okay? We've heard testimony from Special Agent Taylor Burns that he was responsible for initially transporting Quinton's remains from the landfill that day to the FBI office in Savannah. Does that align with your recollection?
Yes, we all met him at the office afterwards.
And he's described the packaging of Quinton into 4 different bags and placing him inside of a box.
Yes.
Were you involved in the further transport of Quinton to the FBI lab?
I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Starting from the beginning of the day, or just the logistics?
What happened from who took them from the FBI lab in Savannah to anywhere else?
So we arranged for private transport for Quinton. No one felt comfortable FedExing him or putting him on any other way. So I wrapped the box and drove him to Macon, where I met another agent who is on our fly team. And I handed Quinton to Agent Keys, who took him to Atlanta and kept him secure until the next day, where he flew him on an FBI aircraft to meet the lab in Virginia.
Is that how Quinton got to the FBI lab at Quantico?
It is.
Do you see in front of you 2 pictures stapled together and marked as States Exhibit? I think it should be 93, is that right?
92.
92. Okay. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What do those images show?
That is how I wrapped Quinton's box to transport him. And so the first image was what I could offer to the family when I gave a second death notification. And the second image is how he rode with me in our truck.
Do these images fairly and accurately depict the events that you've been talking about?
Yes, I took the second picture myself.
I'd offer this in a States Exhibit 92 now.
Minute without objection.
published the first image here. Can you describe to us what we're seeing here?
We had Scott Schumann and Jeff Allen were at the office with me for me to retrieve Quinton and to borrow Scott's work truck to drive him. We three of us had just a quiet time wrapping him appropriately, and we thought this would be a nice image to be able to give. It's what I gave to Leilani and Billy Joe when I told them we had found him in the landfill. But he is in that box. He's in the bags in the box, and we wrapped it in a black cloth, and then the flag.
Moving on to the second image.
That is Quinton in my back seat, how he rode with me on the way to Macon.
One moment, please, Your Honor. What was the date that Quinton made it to the lab in Quantico? Do you remember?
On or around November 21st.
We talked a little bit earlier about the defendant telling you via text message on October 24, and then in an interview on October 31, that she actually hadn't driven to Azalea and had been dancing with her phone or something like that. Do you remember talking about that?
I do.
Did she eventually admit to you that that wasn't true?
Yes. That about Danny.
Yeah.
Yes.
And was that on November 21st in her final interview?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you at that time that what she had said about Danny on October 24th and October 31 was just a theory that she was throwing out there?
That's correct.
One moment, please. When evidence is submitted to the FBI lab, is it submitted under a particular FBI case number?
It is.
Was that done in this case with all the evidence that you discussed?
Welcome back.
What was that FBI case number?
7C-AT-3665337.
Say that last one again.
3665337. The Quinton Simon case.
I just asked you how you, I expected you to have to refer to your notes. How is it that you remember that? Tell your note.
We saw it a lot.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Judge, can we approach for a second?
I have a feeling that I'm not going to like this cross-examination. I also have a feeling I need to close this door because it's freaking freezing. I'll be back in a second.
All right, thank you, Williams. Okay, please have your seats. And you've observed the rules, the course instructions? Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Special Agent Solomon, you said you went to Georgia Tech and you got your bachelor's in what again?
Economics, International Affairs, and French.
Okay, and so economics, international affairs, and French, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you got your master's in what?
Business administration with concentrations in finance and entrepreneurship.
No psychology training or anything like that?
No, not in school.
All right, well, that begs the question then, if not in school, then where?
On the job.
On the job? Okay. And you say on the job, I'm going to assume you mean at the academy, right?
And throughout the job, on the job training or various trainings throughout. I've been with the Bureau for 14 years. So the behavioral analysis unit will give short trainings, lunch and learns, things like that,
Okay.
as well as consults on various cases that I worked on.
Yeah. But you're not in the behavioral analysis unit, are you?
I am not.
Okay. I didn't think so. That kind of threw me for a loop. So let me ask a question with kind of the first thing you talked about. You're talking about Exhibit 10, Image 109. I'm familiar with the conversation that you're talking about as a Mickey Mouse toy. You said that had been there for a minute, correct?
I said it appeared that it had been there a minute.
So, I mean, it did have dust and cobwebs and stuff like that on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also then immediately after that referenced a conversation you had with Ms. Simon. But I remember that conversation. I don't remember her saying that it was a racing Mickey Mouse toy. And I don't remember her saying it was his favorite toy either. So what was the relevance of the Mickey Mouse picture you showed us?
I had not spoken to Miss Simon yet when I found the Mickey Mouse toy. I knew it from other investigators that she had stated that she had been missing with his favorite Mickey Mouse toy. So the first Mickey Mouse toy and the only Mickey Mouse toy that I saw, I noted.
Right, but that wasn't what she said. That was what you embellished, correct?
Objection, argumentative. And badgering as well.
Okay. He does have her on cross-examination. Mr. Hilliard?
I'll rephrase it and break it down if it'll make it better. So your testimony was that was his favorite toy, and it was a racing Mickey Mouse toy. But that wasn't what she stated. That was what you stated, correct?
I didn't state that that toy in the image was his favorite toy. I stated that she said he was missing with his favorite toy, which was a Mickey Mouse toy.
Well, then that begs the question then, because what was the relevance of that picture then? That wasn't his favorite Mickey Mouse toy, and it wasn't a racing Mickey Mouse, and that toy had been there in the garage for a minute. What was the relevance of that picture? None. I'll move on. Thank you.
Objection. The witness should be permitted to answer.
Thank you. Please stand.
On October 5th, we had known this family and the circumstances for only a matter of hours. So every single detail that was presented to us, we pursued and we followed and we looked to give context to. So if we were told that a favorite toy was a Mickey Mouse toy, we looked for a Mickey Mouse toy to see if there was any truth to the statement. And I was able to provide that image to various people in Quinton's family to see if they recognized that toy or any other Mickey Mouse toy as one that Quinton preferred.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone say that was his favorite toy?
They said no Mickey Mouse toy was his favorite toy.
Correct. Okay. So, as a matter of fact, you stated that that had been there. Well, it had been there for quite a while, right?
Yes.
Okay. So not the first time we've heard about this Mickey Mouse toy. Okay. So my point is on October 5th, when this whole thing started, okay, you didn't know the relevance or importance of a Mickey Mouse toy, correct?
I did when I had that photo taken. The relevance was that he was reported missing with his favorite toy. There were hundreds of toys in that house, and that is the only Mickey Mouse toy that stood out.
I would say there were probably 1,000 toys in there.
That's fair.
And I think that's a fair assessment. There are a lot
I
of
agree.
toys, But my point is that was 2 years ago. Here we are 2 years later, okay? And you've had a chance to review all that. So my point is while on October 5th of 2022, that may have seemed relevant to you or important to you, and I
So was I correct? Has he been a dick in his cross-examination? Sorry, nature called and all that.
can understand that. Here we are 2 years later, and you know that it's of no importance, and yet you still harp on that. Why is that?
Objection, argumentative.
Yeah, you think?
Not a question for all the work.
Sustain.
I will move forward then. You also talked about the appropriate level of emotionality. Okay. What is the appropriate level of emotionality? Who trained you as to what the appropriate level is?
I didn't state appropriate. I cannot judge appropriate. I can only state what I observe.
But that's not true. You have judged appropriate, and you stated it several times on direct from Mr. Dean, did you not?
Did I say appropriate?
Well, the appropriate level of emotionality. You said that she, I'm trying to look at her, the exact words was overly emotional, I guess, or not showing enough emotion. That seems to be the two things we're getting with her. So with regard to Ms. Simon, she either shows too much emotion or she shows not the appropriate level of emotion. What's the appropriate level of emotion?
When I use those comparisons, it's within the bell curve of my observations across other people in similar circumstances, other people at different baselines that I've observed. And she was generally at one extreme or the other of my experience in dealing with people.
Okay. And let's talk about your first time meeting Ms. Simon was October 5th, correct?
Yes.
You had never met her before that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't know her before that day, correct?
Correct.
And you drew your conclusions based on that day, correct?
No.
Really? So you didn't decide that she wasn't being truthful or she wasn't showing the appropriate emotion on October 5th of 2022?
I didn't speak to her about anything substantive on October 5th.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. I'll move on. How about October 7th or was it? Or 8th? Which was it?
I didn't speak to her on either of those days.
October 12th.
I did.
Okay. You made one by then, correct? And that was 1 week later.
I'm with you.
Yes.
Okay. Had you spoken to her between October 5th and October 12th?
Yes.
On the phone, in person?
Both, or definitely in person and text. Sometimes when I would talk to her mom on the phone, she would be there, but not directly on the phone.
So again, it comes back to having had a week's worth of it. What would be the appropriate level of emotion to satisfy you at that point in time on October 12th?
Is she a psychologist?
There's no answer to that.
Exactly.
It's outside her scope.
So you spoke to Mr. Youngkin, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he's
And
flat out.
Same question for him. You never met him on October 5th, had you?
Correct.
And you didn't know anything about him on October 5th, did you?
Correct.
Okay. But you came to the conclusion that he showed the appropriate emotional level, correct?
I didn't say appropriate.
Okay. Well, then what did you say then?
I said he was exhausted and forthcoming, but minimized certain items. I believe that was my testimony.
And I believe you did speak with him on October 5th, correct?
5th, yes.
And he was angry and tired and upset as the interview wore on, was he not?
He was frustrated at the 11 p.m.
Well, in your mind, is frustrated the same thing as angry?
No.
No.
What's the difference?
Duh.
Frustrated can be exasperation towards a specific situation, but not directed towards a person.
Okay. So then what's your definition of angry then?
Anger can be volatile.
Negative emotion towards a person.
So angry means towards a person and frustrated means towards a situation.
They're not the same emotion.
Okay. So can you be angry without being frustrated?
Yes.
Can you be frustrated without being angry?
Yes.
Can you be frustrated or angry without being violent?
Yes.
So it is possible then.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Can you
You
be a
also
dick
talked to
and an
Mr. Dean
asshole at the same
about-
time? Yes.
A tattoo. Is it uncommon for parents to get tattoos of their children?
No.
So there's nothing unusual about that. Parents do it all the time, correct?
Correct.
And this was a statement that was made, was it on October 12th?
On the 5th and the 12th.
The 5th and the 12th. And it was made on video, audio, where was it made?
The 12th was made on video and audio.
So on the 12th, she talked about the tattoo on video?
Yes.
Okay. Not outside smoking.
That was on the 5th.
Okay. And do you ever recall Danny ever saying, I'm assuming since you were in charge of the hotel audio and video, you've watched most, if not all of that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever recall Danny saying, I'm just trying to save my own ass in one of their arguments?
I don't remember that verbatim, but yes,
He said something.
that
like
would he would have said something to that effect. Yes.
Right. Okay. And was it really his idea, or was it just part of the natural suggestion in the conversation you had with him? I mean, you were already going that way anyway in the conversation, weren't you?
The hotel had already been addressed as far as just giving them a place away from the hubbub of the house. But he did jump ahead of what we were talking about to ask if we were going to wire it up.
Well, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it's not like
you say that to
you weren't
everyone.
already suggesting in that direction to begin with, were you? He kind of already knew what was coming.
I don't know what he knew at the time he addressed that.
Okay. Well, who offered to? Did he ask to be put up in a hotel?
I believe our victim services offered that.
So you offered to Leilani to put him up in a hotel, or you offered to Danny to put him up in a hotel?
I don't know. I wasn't part of that conversation.
But it was offered.
It was offered.
And they accepted, or Danny accepted?
I don't know who accepted.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You had mentioned something to Mr. Dean on direct examination a minute ago. You had said that you pretty much had told Leilani on October 8th that you suspected that Quinton was dead. Is that a fair statement?
I had not. I didn't speak to Leilani on October 8th.
Well, I didn't say you did. I said you had intimated as early as October 8th that y'all suspected that Quinton was dead.
I said as early as October 5th, we suspected he was dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote it down wrong. October 5th then. Okay. So, and that's, again, part of the interrogation techniques would be confronting people with your beliefs or your opinion or your ideas of the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And inconsistencies, which you've done, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, y'all pretty much stated that from October 5th forward that that's what you believed. And I'm seeing the videos ad nauseum. And that was what you and Agent Schneider and Detective Lemons and basically anyone who did any interviews with Miss Simon suggested to her, correct? That they believed that she had done something to her child or to come clean about it, correct?
For the most part.
Right. So I'm a little curious because when Mr. Dean asked you a minute ago about her reaction sometime later when you said that you believe Quinton to be dead in the landfill, you made a big deal about her lack of emotion, but she'd been facing questioning from y'all for quite a while, correct?
Objection, argumentative. In particular, the made a big deal portion of the question.
Mr. Hilliard,
I'll
your
break
phrase.
it down and do it one question at a time. So you questioned her many times. You made correct from October 5th on.
The team.
Not just you, the whole team, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a bunch of questionings, a bunch of interviews, a bunch of statements made by you and the entire team that you all believe Quinton's dead somewhere, right?
No.
I don't think we said
remember
that
them
until the
saying
12th.
Okay. And she's the focus of it completely.
for
Yes.
this entire week, right?
She was the only one that had lied to us, and that is why.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. But from October 5th to October 12th, that's what you're doing, right?
Yes.
And then a minute ago, when Mr. Dean asked you, you said that, oh, she didn't react surprised when we said it, that we believe Quinton was dead. Well, you've been questioning her for a week, right? Do you think the emotion may have worn off by then?
It hadn't worn off on the other 5 people I told that day.
Okay. And everyone's the same though, right?
If you're asking for a basis of comparison for why her reaction stood out in my mind versus the others, that is why.
Okay. And let's talk about that then. How often did you question, or your team questioned, Paul Simon? How many times in that same period of time?
He's a condescending.
He had been interviewed
little
at least
turd.
3 times and had interacted with us on numerous occasions.
All right. So at least 3 interviews. How about Danny?
He had been interviewed at least 4 times, to my knowledge, and was in regular communication.
Okay. And he also helped you set up the wiretap and the hotel in the same time frame.
After his 3rd interview, yes.
Right. And how many times did you talk into Miss Simon, your team, in that same time frame?
Numerous times on the 5th. I'm not sure how many times that was. Once on the 8th, in person, non-substantive on the 10th, and then the 12th.
So again, a number of times, especially on the 5th, correct?
Yes.
So you don't think that any emotional shock may have worn off after all of that?
It shouldn't matter how many times you interviewed. If you are told that your child is unalived, whether it be 5 minutes after the fact or 5 years after the fact, you're still going to have an emotional response. Well, you should, if you've got a heart.
I have never seen a parent not be shocked when their child was dead.
Okay. Well, and let me ask you this. You'd already made your mind up on October 5th. The team had, at least, correct?
We had our suspicions. We had not made up our mind. We were pursuing all avenues.
Now, you talked about Mr. Dean played this, I guess it's the phone conversation where
I
she
hope
says
the jury's picking up on this attitude.
cocaine makes her angry and impulsive.
Yes.
Okay. But angry and impulsive does not mean violent, does it?
We didn't suggest that.
No. Now, with regard to your involvement of taking the remains to the lab, you took it from here to Macon, then to Atlanta, and then by plane to Virginia, correct?
Was the path, yes. My leg was to Macon.
And you spoke with, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth here, but when was it you spoke with Danny Youngkin yourself?
About what?
Anything.
I spoke with him on October 5th and October 7th and October 8th and 9th. After that, he was no longer in Savannah, and I didn't see him in person for the rest of the investigation. And he mostly spoke with Brad over the phone. So I don't know the individual times I spoke with him over the phone with Brad.
All right. We'll just speak about what you know. When did Mr. Youngkin leave to go back to North Carolina?
On around October 9th.
So from October 5th to 9th, he was here, went back to Dunn, North Carolina, October 9th.
By way of Atlanta, I believe.
Okay. And you said you seized the pack and play and I guess the pillow or sheets or whatever it was that was in the pack and play?
I seized it from Chatham County, who had seized it from the house.
All right. And you forwarded it to
The
crime
FBI lab.
Okay. And
Did you also listen to the wiretap?
I did.
Okay. Did you listen to all of the wiretap?
I did.
Okay. At any point in time on the wiretap, did Ms. Simon say that she had intentionally harmed her child?
No.
Did she ever say she stabbed, shot, strangled, did any of those things to that child?
No.
Okay. And how long was the wiretap in place, if you remember?
Until sometime after November 21st, within a couple of days, we would have taken it down.
So about 6 weeks, give or take.
Correct.
And same thing, you watched or listened to all of the hotel audio and video. Same question. Did she ever say that she harmed her child?
There was question of the definition of the word harm.
Well, I'll break it down then for you.
I meant for her was why, as far as spanking, that kind of thing, versus the other items that you just listed.
Let's talk about strangling. Did she say she strangled her kid?
No.
Shot her kid? Stabbed
No.
her kid?
No.
Okay. And you've watched them all, and I'm not going to go through them all, but they were a lot of heated exchanges between her and Danny in that hotel room, were there not?
There were.
Okay. That's all the questions I got, Judge.
Can you redirect?
I'd like to play for you a short video clip here and see whether you can tell us what this is. Okay. All right. First of all, looking at the first frame of this video, do you recognize the date, place, and event?
Yes, this is October 12th at the FBI office, interview of Ms. Simon.
This is a 36-second video clip from that interview, Your Honor. I have not marked this disc yet, but I will mark it as the next exhibit in sequence. And I would now offer this clip into evidence as state's exhibit. What is it going to be? 93? 93. 93.
Any objection?
I have to see it first, Judge, to know what it is.
Do you need an opportunity to see it?
36 seconds.
Can the board hear that as it's playing from the laptop speakers?
It needs to be a little louder though.
We'll peg the laptop speakers here, so we want them to hear. I'm not trying to prolong this. There we go.
So I've been thinking a lot about your tattoo though. Because what happens when you go down? Yeah, so this is what I'm going to do because all of this, I'm gonna take all of this and just like over there and a compass and some stars and trees and stuff. And I'm gonna put like a square. Let's go there and remember all those numbers I can.
I can't even understand her.
Just a way to go with something else. This is what I'm,
Can you tell us more about what she was saying
That's all I
there?
heard.
It's a little difficult to make out.
She was describing the tattoo I brought up was the Hawaiian symbol I was talking about earlier, and then she was describing her intentions for a more elaborate tattoo for the future for Quinton.
And what was she saying she wanted to be in it? I heard something about compasses maybe.
And water because he likes to swim.
And you're saying that's something that she had talked to you about as early as October 5th?
Yes.
And I think you noted that earlier as something that you found a little unusual, right?
Yes.
Did it sound to you like she was describing like an in memoriam tattoo?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
To rephrase your question?
Are you familiar with in memoriam tattoos?
I am.
People will get with like a date of death and date of birth and so forth.
Yes.
Did it sound to you like that's the sort of tattoo that she was describing?
Yes.
Calls for speculation, Judge.
Here's the question done out loud.
Oh,
So I just asked the question again for clarity of the record. Did it sound to you like that is the sort of tattoo that she was describing?
Yes, because the other two children weren't mentioned in that conversation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
any recalls? Okay. And is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
Yeah, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You are excused, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I believe this is a good breaking point. Unless y'all want to spend another hour or two. Okay. Anyway, I think this is a good breaking point. We're going to get started tomorrow morning. We're going to get started at 9:30. We're going to get started at 9:30, a little bit earlier. So I'm going to instruct you once again.
There's still quite a bit. Hang on. Looks like there's someone else. They go to like nothing, and then looks like there's another witness. Oh, hello. Hang on. There's nothing on the timestamps, but I thought I saw someone sitting in the witness chair. Yeah. Who that? You just sitting there for shits and gigs, or what's it go? And then a close up. Way, boogers. Yeah. Looks like security. And then it goes to that. And that's that for the day. All right, let's see. We got any updates on nope. Zero zilch. Still on verdict watch. So that is today, day 6. And after all that wait, we heard what? 2 minutes of audio. Audio recordings. Like All right. So tomorrow, day 7, we have Joe Matz, Division Manager of West Pro. I'm not sure who that is. Then we have Donald Johnson from Waste Management. Must be from the landfill. Then we have the Marion Lemons. She's been on earlier, I'm sure. She was the lead investigator at the start. Then we have Craig Weston, who is the drug dealer. And it states no video or audio. Wonder why. Then we have Kimberly Johnson, who is the FBI forensic accountant. And then we have UDHEF's hottie, Sophie Zurki from the Chatham County Police Department. So I shall message him in Discord to make sure that he watches tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I reckon it might be. There's plenty of probable principle of reasonable doubt, just in my opinion. Yeah, but no audio and no video. How long does his statement go for? His testimony go for? An hour and a half. So no video, no audio. Yeah. So with lunch tomorrow, we'll see how we go. We might be able to do a bit of day 8 as well. We'll see how we go. We'll see what time permits. Yeah. Yes, they should. They should. But I'm not sure the reasons why. Unless, I don't know, because it's not like, I don't know if it's been charged. I have no forthcoming information on that one. Wonder if we can get transcripts. I might have a look at Chatham County. Is it Chatham County? Yeah, in Georgia. I might have a look at their county clerk's office and see if I can find something. Do a bit of digging. All right, my lovelies. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for your generosity. It's been amazing for all the gifted memberships, for Super Chats. It's just phenomenal. Thank you so much for your help. Elizabeth, you need to go and check in your YouTube settings to see if you have enabled gifts in your YouTube setting. Now, where would I find that? I think you have to go. Let me see if I can find it. YouTube. I think it's in under customized channel. And then into settings, I think. Let me see. Channel. Nope, it's not that one. It's not that one. I've got 2 cats running around like. No, it's not in any of those. Where would it be? I can't remember. I'd have to have a look for it, darling. But yeah, there is a place in your YouTube settings that allows you to receive gifts, and you have to flick it on because you missed out on some gifted memberships today. So yeah, turn it on, sweetness. Okay. Mwah. Again, stay safe. We'll see you same place, same time, same bat channel tomorrow, unless we have a verdict, and then I will do an impromptu if I'm awake. All right. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests.